Hello everybody, my name is Spoons Rattling, and welcome to another video where today we are doing a sort of dark mirror to the video I did yesterday of ranking all the Chaos Lord miniatures that have been released for Warhammer 40k. There was a comment the other day that mentioned they'd like these to be in chronological order, so I went through and ordered these in chronological order to the best of my ability. Not specific dates, more so years. So, for example, Abaddon and Karn both came out in 1996, so they're next to each other, and then Doom Rider, the Chaos Lord, came out in 1999, so on and so forth. Aside from that, let's just get right into it. So first up, we have Abaddon the Despoiler, the main War Master of Chaos, of course. This was his first model of two, and was a very long-standing model. If you open up a lot of Chaos Codexes, you'll find this guy surrounded by increasingly large Chaos Space Marines that make him look ridiculous. This model was quite infamous for being where the nickname Armless the Harmless came from, because his arms were notoriously poorly attached to his body with super glue because he was made of metal or resin. Design-wise, I think it's still a solid design because Abaddon's design has not changed at all since he got his glow up into the modern day. Most of his armor detail is still the same. They only really changed his trophy rack and gave him a cape. I think this model is totally fine, though. It's mainly just a product of its time. It doesn't excel like some models from that era do, and it's not horrible like the, Warp Spiders, for example. I think this guy is just perfectly fine, but thankfully he does have one of the best. His character has one of the best models in 40k history with the modern remake of Abaddon that we got. Moving on to almost, 25 years later, but still, he eventually got the comeback. I will be giving him, though, a B tier. He's probably going to be at the very bottom of this tier, but I still think he's a fine model. I own him. I did convert him a little bit because I didn't have all the parts for him. Sitting in storage for, 20 years will do that to a model. But he's fine. I think for his age, he's fine to paint, all that, totally fine. Next up, we have Karn the Betrayer. Out of the original 4 Chaos God-specific characters, I think Karn was the second best of them and somehow the oldest of them. Though, to be honest, it was sort of Aramin, Karn, and Typhus were really good, and then Lucius was just hideous despite being the youngest of them somehow. Karn the Betrayer's model, of course, does have a lot of the 90s things going on. It has extremely exaggerated heroic proportions, which have slowly been toned down a bit in modern times, but I don't think that I can hold that against Karn. His pose is very fitting, his helmet is nice and imposing, and overall I think old Karn, he's still a 90s model, of course, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I will be giving him an A tier. He's quite a fun model, too. Just the overall design of him is quite solid, and his reboot was also quite solid. Next up, we have our first Demon Prince, which technically aren't always Chaos Lords, but I included them anyways. I didn't include sorcerers because I figured they're sort of their own category. So no Thousand Sons in this video, but just putting that out there. So Doom Rider is a Demon Prince of Slaanesh who flies around on a bike and cuts people up. His model came out in 1999, I want to say, or 98, one of the two. And is pretty not great. I think that his design isn't, horrific, but it's more so just a very strange model. He's looking backwards, holding his sword up in the air, and just kind of looks like he's not really doing too much. His bike is a little modified from the norm, not too much so, but it does have some blades on the front. And I believe it had its own unique weapons at the time. This guy, though, not a big fan. I think he just kind of looks ridiculous, if we're being totally real. And for that, he's getting a C tier. And I don't have any attachment to the model, which of course is something I can't always help. But I just think this model is kind of mediocre. I think there's a reason Doom Rider is mostly forgotten. I don't even know when the last time he was mentioned, like, lore-wise was. I think it might have been his first appearance in 3rd edition, and then he was pretty quickly forgotten after that. Next up, we have just a generic Chaos Lord, around the same time as Doom Rider, 1999. And this model's pretty solid. He's just a standard generic Chaos Lord for any Legion. He has a power axe and plasma pistol, which is a classic loadout. He's got the horned helmets going on, nice and imposing. He's got a big trophy rack that makes him stand tall above his Chaos Marine brethren, while also giving him a slightly sort of hunched appearance, which is always a little bit of sort of a side effect of having something like that. You know, it happened with the Custodes. It makes the body himself look smaller, even if he is about the same size as other Space Marines from the time. He's standing on a skull, which is always very good, tactical skull. And he's in a sort of triumphant pose, which I think is always a solid go-to. He's definitely just fine. He's a product of when he came out. I will put him above Abaddon just because I think he went together better. Or at least I've seen this model a few times in person, and I've never seen him without his arms, and no one's ever complained about his arms coming off, so he has that over Abaddon. Moving on, we jump a few years up to 2002, otherwise known as the year I was born. This guy is the Demon Prince, and I have not only painted this model on the channel, I'll admit it wasn't my best work. Some dude in the comments really went off on me for saying, for how I painted it, calling it should have been a crime. I didn't think it was that bad, but that, no big deal. But this model is simply fantastic. For 2002, this is about as a far ahead model as you could get. The pose, I think, is quite solid. It looks like he's squaring up with someone less than him because he's a demon prince. They like to punch down or find, a worthy opponent, depending on what god they may be serving. He's got a nice and imposing jagged sword. He's got a few trophies on his belt, a Necron skull, a Space Marine helmet, and I like the big warp cannon built into his wrist. This is just a really cool design overall, and one of the best aging miniatures ever. The pose and design and details are a little on the soft side, which isn't the most unusual for models of this era, which can make them slightly annoying to paint because the edges of things aren't well defined. I think, though, unsurprisingly, I've made several videos about how much I love this model. He will be getting an S tier. It's just a fantastic model the whole way around, and one that stood the test of time better than almost any on this list, especially from the 90s to like 2010. Past then, of course, we're getting into some absolutely just gorgeous models. But let's move on to a Chaos Sword that came out in the same time period. This guy is pretty cool, in my opinion. He's standing on a tactical rock. That's been something that's been going on for a long time. He's got a very unique combi weapon that's sort of a side-by-side configuration, but it has a big piece of armor on the top of it. It almost makes it look like he replaced his arm with a gun, which I think is cool. And he's got a power fist with a Space Marine's helmet in it that he's crushing. And he's got the trophy rack with the banner strung up between it, which I think is, again, always a solid look. He doesn't have a helmet, and of course, being a metal model, good luck getting him one, unless you have a big file. However, I don't think that necessarily holds him back. I think this guy is quite a solid miniature, and a decent evolution over his predecessor, this guy. Next up, we have the 2003, 2002, Slaanesh Chaos Lord, and Lord Cacophonist this ain't. This model is simply hideous. The face is the main thing. It's just very, very, it's almost like banana-shaped, which is just strange. And the Doom Siren on his back is just kind of all over the place. He looks more unwieldy than anything else. And he does not look very lordly, which for the Emperor's children is just outrageous. He should, he should look ostentatious and fancy. He doesn't really look any fancier than just a Chaos Space Marine with a Doom Siren on his back. Unfortunately, the Emperor's children are getting their second C, which is definitely a shame. Actually, honestly, I might move these guys down, because they are quite ugly. I'm going to do that. Next up, we have the Night Lord's Chaos Lord / Champion. He went by both names. This guy is a classic Night Lord's miniature, and it's just kind of ridiculous, but I kind of like it. He's got these enormous bat wings on his helmet that are just, spooky. His bolter is very strange. While it's hard to see from the size of this picture, his grip is right behind the flamer part, so it's like some sort of strange Uzi configuration, but it's got a top-loaded magazine for the bolter. It's at the very least unique. And he's got a power fist that's pretty standard for the time. I do quite like this guy. He's very silly, and he was definitely around for a long time, which definitely hurts it, because it just made him look so diminutive next to the modern Chaos Space Marines that he was being sold alongside, which definitely does knock some points. But I think that overall he's just a very fun model, which in my opinion earns him a B tier at the very least. Next up, we have a model that I absolutely adore. We have Classic Typhus. This guy came out in 2003, and out of the original God characters, I think he easily looks the best. This is from a very different era of Death Guard, of course. He is wearing Indominus armor, mainly because everyone did. The different marks of Terminator armor were not really a thing at this point. But he's equipped with a big Man Reaper scythe, and he's in this very low-down, hunched-over position, like he's, he looks very imposing, menacing, and like he's lurking, He just looks far more imposing than modern Typhus. And I think it plays much better with the Death Guard aesthetic that I like, which is leaning a little bit more into the subtle deformities and body horror elements. Well, Typhus doesn't have any of those explicitly. His modern one doesn't either, except for the vents on his power armor. I just prefer the overall pose, I think, is much better for this Typhus, and the overall look, I feel, is far more spooky. I'd be far more scared of running into this Typhus than I would the Night Lord's guy. This guy will also be getting an S tier, and he's a model I've been wanting to get for quite some time. Next up, we have one of the more infamous models on this list that is a lot younger than I thought it was. We have Lucius the Eternal, renowned loser whose superpower is he's so bad at fighting that he has to have a cheat code for when he does lose. This model is very ugly, and it's from 2006, which is just bizarre how this model's 3 years younger than Typhus and Karn and looks worse than both of them. Or 3 years younger than Typhus and 10 years younger than Karn and looks worse than both of them. That has to be some sort of achievement. There's a lot of problems with it. The armor of Trapped Souls is just a little too much going on. His face is very snake-like, which I think is fine. I don't have a problem with that. But the scars are not very coherent, which lore-wise does make sense. He carves those into his own face. But they just kind of look all over the place. For a while, I thought it's just like, oh, since Lucius loses so much, he has all these scars. No, he does that himself, because he's insane. He just looks very bad, in my opinion. Not as bad as the other two Emp's children we've got down here, so I will be giving him a C tier. But this guy has been long overdue for an update, which he did finally just get. And it's quite a glorious one at that. Next up, we have the Nurgle Demon Prince from 2006, a much better model than Lucius the Eternal. This guy is actually a very interesting kit for a few reasons. So, upon looking at it, you're probably thinking, oh, okay, it's just a Nurgle Demon Prince. But this guy is actually based off of a fan conversion of this guy. If you look at the two of them next to each other, he's not going to be S tier, don't worry. Their poses actually share a lot in common. This arm over here is very similar. It's got the cannon, though it's reshaped into an ant-like flamethrower. He's got the big butcher cleaver. He's got the same sort of ridge for his power pack, though it's replaced with these bubotic horns, if you will. And of course, his face is completely different. But there was a conversion of this from this that was in White Dwarf that they got in contact with and refined it into a full model, which is just really cool. I think this model was hated for a long time. I don't hate it as much as a lot of people do. I think he looks fine. He's definitely, I feel like he was out of place for old Death Guard, but fits better with modern Death Guard. And for that, I'll be giving him a B tier. Next up, we have this guy's from 2006, I want to say, if I'm not mistaken. This is a Chaos Lord and Terminator armor. Pretty short-lived model because he was rather quickly replaced. But this is a very cool model. It's a lot more subdued than your average Chaos Lord. It feels more weirdly refined. Like, this is a thinking man's Chaos Lord. He's wearing a full set of robes. He's got a ornate framing of his helmet, a smaller but still noticeable trophy rack, and he's equipped with a power sword and a combi weapon. Or I think it's just a combi bolter. This model is really cool. And it's one that I only discovered recently, but would love to get my hands on, just because he looks so cool. And I believe he only ever came in metal, so he'd be very easy to find secondhand and then strip in some nail polish remover. or aceton, whatever you want to call it. This guy, though, very cool. A very ahead of his time model that I would love to have in my possession. Next, we're on to 2007, and we have the, this is a Khorne Chaos Lord, or a World Eater's Chaos Lord, who's just fine in my opinion. He looks surprisingly reserved for a Berserker-type Lord. He's, standing up on one rock and heaving his weapon back. Generally, when I think of Berserkers, I'm thinking of something a little bit more fluid in action. Charging forward, swinging their axe down. Of course, he's charging up to do that, but maybe something that's indicating he's going into the swing would have been a little better. I think this design, though, is totally fine. I believe this was a metal model. And overall, I think he's just fine. I'll be giving him a B tier, just ahead of Classic Abaddon. Next up, we have one of the more hideous models on this list, the Chaos Lord with Jump Pack. So this guy was ugly when he came out and was ugly when he left. I think his Jump Pack and armor is for the most part fine, but his pose is really static. He looks like he's hanging by those spikes on his thing. He's standing on a Chaos icon, or floating off of it. He has the sort of talon things you saw on Raptors at the time, but they're extremely exaggerated, which just looks bad. This is a very ugly model, and the worst thing of all is his face. He looks like some sort of bizarre, malformed cross between Nosferatu of 1922 and Scream, the painting. This model is absolutely hideous and easily gets another D tier. Next up, we have Huron Blackheart, also very overdue for a new model, but I don't think his model's that bad. I quite like the Hamadryah, or Hamadira? One of those two. I like the sort of Iron Halo he's got going on. That's more of a Chaos Star on his power pack. I like his unique Power Fist with the inlaid Flamer, which is just a cool thing in general. And this guy's face is pretty malformed, but it makes sense. If you don't know, when Huron went Traitor, we do have his pre-Chaos look later on in this list. He got like half blown up by a Melt-a-Blast. And when they reconfigured him, his face kind of got the worst of it. He's got, his skull exposed, lots of augments, to the point where he actually can't wear a helmet, comfortably at least. When he wears it, it's just constantly pressing all that metal into his head. But yeah, no, I think Huron's model is totally fine. Not the biggest fan, and he definitely does need an update. But yeah, it's not the worst. It's not a C tier model. It's more like a B tier. Next up, we have the plastic Chaos Lord and Terminator armor, which I do quite like. I have one of him on my shelf. This guy is pretty solid. He's got a lot of customization. You've got the option for a cape. You can just pose him on his base or on the big rock that's shaped like a Chaos Star. He's got a few different trophy racks. His helmets are really varied and cool. It's not shown here, but I love the four-horned one that's just insanely tall. Kind of looks like a four-necked guitar or something. I will say this model doesn't go together great, especially on one of the legs. If you've assembled this model, you know what I mean. One of the legs just doesn't connect at all, so you have to be very precarious about how you assemble it. But yeah, I quite like this model, of course. He's got a lot of different options. All of his parts look very good. And he's even got a little funny familiar friend, which I am always fond of, like the Hamadryah with Huron up there. This guy will be getting an A tier, personally. Next up, this is Lord Crouton? Definitely not Lord Crouton. This was a Loyalist Space Marine that ended up getting inducted into the Berserkers of the World Eaters fame, of course. This guy's name was Lord Zufor, that's it. I just had to look that up, it was bothering me. So he became a full-on Berserker, ripping up Imperials that he used to fight with. Very cool armor, it's very covered in trophies. My favorite part is on his back. What looks like a back banner is actually the corpse of a commissar that he ripped apart in combat, that he wears on his back. He's got a Power Fist and a Power Axe. I think he's quite a cool model. The whole Siege of Vrax had quite a lot of cool models, and this guy, Lord Zufor, is definitely one of them. I'll be giving him an A tier. Next up, we have Luft Huron, otherwise known by his better trader name, Huron Blackheart. This was before he got blasted into pieces and became the Red Corsairs, but he was still a traitor, make no mistake. He abandoned the Imperium and started the whole War of Badab, where a lot of people died, and he, of course, became the Tyrant of Badab. That's where he got his title. Which, interestingly enough, that only reason he was called that was because in the Rogue Trader rulebook, there was a few quotations to a man named as the Tyrant of Badab, and they were like, we should go back to that. So they made Huron Blackheart, or Luft Huron in this case. He's wearing Terminator armor, so bonus points for that. He's got a heavy flamer and a power claw as his main weaponry, so very cool, very almost Custodes-like loadout. And I think this model's very cool. This guy was not limited edition, but a lot of these old Forge World models can be a little tough to find. But I wouldn't mind having this guy and using him as a Huron Blackheart, mainly just because this model's getting pretty old, and also I think is out of production at this point. Luft Huron, though, I will be giving him an A tier as well. Not quite as high as the others, mainly because he's still pretty loyalist in this appearance, even though he is full trader at that point. Though he isn't dedicated to any of the Dark Gods at that point. Next up, we have one of the more disappointing model upgrades, or side downgrades. This is the 2010 Demon Prince of Chaos. This guy was a replacement for our good friend up in S tier, and was not a particularly well-liked miniature. He did have a lot of options, which is nice. A bunch of different heads. You had the options to build him with armor, no armor. I will say one thing I didn't like about this guy specifically was his armor didn't cover his entire body. Like, it didn't wrap around the back. It just abruptly cut off at the side, which was weird. So that's definitely a downside. Another downside is the general art direction feels a little out of place, even for the time it came out in. He's very cartoonish in design, which if you look at the era he came out in, it's out of place. This is the same year, Luft Huron came out. It's also just before the Chaos Space Marines got their big revival in 6th edition with the Dark Imperium box, which just made this guy stick out like a sore thumb. His face is just like a cartoon devil. All of his faces are like that, to be honest, though one of them is better than the others. And his pose is very mediocre. While I myself never brought myself to buy one of these, my local store owner did, and he said assembling it was not very good either. Can't say I'm a fan of this model. It's very, very... It's not, it's not as ugly as these guys, but it is getting C tier. I just think it doesn't fit the aesthetic of either Warhammer Fantasy or Warhammer 40k, which was part of the reason they did this, because this guy is, this is a Chaos Space Marine. Like, this guy doesn't fit into Warhammer Fantasy, but that was just done much better by the sequel to this model, who is mysteriously absent from our lineup. Hold on, let me grab him. Alright, we're back. I got him. As I was saying, this was much better achieved by his successor. And this kit is just very mediocre, and I'm glad it's gone, and in my opinion, mostly forgotten. Moving on, we have, as I mentioned, the resurrection of Chaos Space Marines in 6th edition, with the revival and reimagining of the Chaos Space Marine aesthetic with Lord Cranon. This guy was, again, Loyalist Space Marine that went traitor, and was in the starter box for 6th edition, sorry. He's a very cool model. His armor has just the right level of chaos mutations going on, as does his plasma pistol. It's got a couple eyes opening on it, which fit very well. The giant horns on his helmet fit very well. The trim has gone from just kind of a faint idea to something fully refined into a staple of the design, becoming much thicker, more defined, and their armor becoming more mismatched and baroque, in a attempt to show that, a lot of these guys, even if they are modern traders, are often patching their armor up with random pieces from whatever loyalist or trader they kill, which just is a really cool look that adds a lot of visual variety to the Chaos Space Marines. And his giant sword, this whole pose is just fantastic. Unfortunately, don't own this model, but I would love to own him at some point. Probably use him as a chosen. This is still the era of comically small bases. I mean, look at this guy. His feet are sticking off the side. So you definitely have to fix that. But this guy is really cool. And if they ever bring Dark Imperium back for a made-to-order run, I'd probably pick it up. This is also the same box where Hellbrutes made their appearance, replacing the archaic Chaos Dreadnought. And also where Chaos Cultists really got their start as something consistent. They had usually been sort of like an Alpha Legion exclusive thing in previous codexes. Sometimes, of course, I don't have all the codexes, though that might be a fun video to do, reviewing the evolution of the Chaos codexes. Anyways, this guy, though, easily getting a S tier. He's just so cool. Next up, we have Karn the Betrayer, the update to the classic. This guy looks fantastic. His armor is significantly more unique. He is insanely brawlic, even by Space Marine standards. I love the swinging chains with the mace ends on them, and his pose is just invoking a lot of motion. I think Karn is just a fabulous model. That was one of the most successful reboots ever done by the Forces of Chaos, one could say. Yeah, fantastic model, easily getting A tier. Next up, we have the exclusive Lord of Contagion from the 8th edition launch box. This model is really good. I think this is the pinnacle of modern Death Guard aesthetics, having quite a nice balance between heavy armor and a little bit of exposed rotting flesh. Obviously his stomach is disemboweled and dripping out. His axe is really cool, being sort of a mix between a power axe and a chain axe, as it has the big bubotic blade, but also a bunch of inset spinning blades. And his icon on his back just adds a lot of motion to the model, which, you know, the Death Guard tend to be quite ponderous, so it's nice to have something that indicates that he's slow but moving forward. I do quite like this model. When it comes to modern Death Guard, he's probably one of my favorites, and he will easily be getting an A tier. Next up, we have Modern Typhus, one of the few models I'd consider just a straight downgrade from their previous incarnation. Pose is not exactly what I would call great. It's very, I don't know, it feels like he's not in a pose, it's just strange to me that they went from this low down and posing about a Scythe pose to a leaning back with your scythe in the air kind of pose. And also he went from Indomitus to Cataphractii armor, which in my opinion looks worse. Yeah, it's just a shame. I'll probably be giving him a C tier. Not a fan of Modern Typhus. Lord Felthius is a really silly name. Not a bad model. He's got a very stumpy looking Man Reaper. He's holding the Orb of Slop. That's what I'm going to call it. He's got a burnt up cape, which is always a cool look. And he's got a big wide grin on his face that I think actually fits pretty well. His face is very fat and his mouth is uncomfortably wide, which fits into the sort of unsettling aesthetic while still being a little bit silly. I'm still not the biggest fan of this model, but I will be generous and give it... I'm just going to give it C tier. I don't like Death Guard for the most part, so it's no surprise. Next up, we have Obsidious Malix from Blackstone Fortress. This is a monopose Black Legion character with a Demon Hammer and Plasma Pistol. His power and aside from that, really not much more to say. He could easily pass for a sergeant. I don't think there's anyone that's going to be arguing with me about that. He's fairly generic, as expected to be with Black Legion. He's got a cape and a bit of a bear fur trophy going on, which is definitely nice. But the restricted and mediocre pose is definitely holding this guy back from greatness, but I still think he's a fine option. I'll be giving him a B tier. Next up, we have the reimagined Abaddon the Despoiler, who is just a magnificent model. I have not painted mine. It's one of those models where I'm like, I need to make sure I'm good enough at painting to do this, when in reality I should just paint it. Because remember, everything is far easier to do than it may appear when it comes to painting. That's what I have to tell myself. I've really gotten out of the habit of painting consistently. But regardless, Abaddon's model is fantastic. It's one of the most detailed models ever made. One thing I'm not sure a lot of people know if they don't have the model is under his chest plate is actually the inner workings of Terminator power armor. They have you assemble him and then place the armor plates onto him as if you were armoring the man himself. I think that's cool, even though you'll never see the details, and they'll probably, I'd say 99,000 times out of 99,999 times out of 10,000, completely unbanked. But it's just a cool piece of detail that adds an extra bit of depth to Abaddon's design. I like the few options you get. You get the option of a head with a rebreather on. You get the option of the cape or no cape. And of course, his pose is just fantastic. It fits for the War Master of Chaos. He's very imposing. He looks like he's, raising. He's using his the Talon of Horus to, raise hell, metaphorically, I guess, or literally, if you consider the Immaterium hell. Yeah, Abaddon's model. Is anyone surprised where this guy's going? He's going in S tier, and as much as it hurts me, I have to put him below the Chaos. I have to put him above the Chaos Prince, Demon Prince. He's just probably about as close to perfect as a model could get. He's one of the greatest models ever made. Next up, we have another very strong contester, the Lord Discordant on Hellstalker. This guy is a Chaos Lord. I thought he might be a sort of Warpsmith, but no, he is a Chaos Lord. This guy's awesome. He does, of course, have a bit of unfair advantage, having a giant spider or lobster demon to ride upon. But hey, that's the way it goes. This guy's model is just fantastic. He's got a big chain glaive. He's pulling the Hellstalker, sorry, the word was escaping me for a moment. He's pulling it into a turn. He's, of course, very imposed. He's got the robes going on that give him a sort of wandering nomad type vibe. And he, just in general, is very, very imposing on the tabletop. Wish he was better. Lord Discordant has, of course, been very good in the past, so, pretty much every unit has its time where it's good and then when it's bad. But, I just wish he was better right now. This guy, though, there's no surprises here. He's easily going in A tier. Personally, I prefer my characters on foot to on vehicle in most circumstances. But this guy's just so good. He easily could be up here. But I just, I prefer these guys. Next up, we have the Lord of Virulence. This guy's wearing Dominus Power Armor, which is a nice change of pace. He's the sort of master of artillery for the Thousand Suns. What am I saying? For the Death Guard. He's equipped with a Plague Spewer and a big dripping Power Fist, which is very cool. This model is so close to being awesome, and then he's got this weird belly hanging out. And I just don't like that. I want my Plague Marines encased in rotting armor, where there's cracks where you can see their flesh, not that their flesh is just hanging out. It just doesn't do it for me. This is definitely one of the better Death Guard models, but it's still probably just going to be paired up with the rest of them down here. Next up, we have the most recent Demon Prince. This guy is a completely worthy successor to 2002, a perfect update pretty much. Lots of unique fiddly bits with building him. I have dropped mine probably 6 times. Pure stupidity on my part, by the way. I'm not saying it's a poorly balanced model. I just had it sitting on my desk and then accidentally hit it off, and then it was on my painting desk, and then I accidentally hit it off, and then I dropped it when I was putting it in the case. I just have bad luck with it, but I'm getting a new one with Combat Patrol, so maybe that one won't see the same fate. And in general, of course, this model is just fantastic. Very imposing, very scary. I love the warp cannon on his arm. The power pack looks fantastic. The base is great. I love the big stone he's standing on. I really can't complain. This is another symbol of just how good Chaos Space Marine models have been in the last decade. Easy S tier. And I'm not going to let nostalgia blind me. This is the better version of this model. But it is a very, very worthy redesign of this model. Next up, we have the World Eater's Lord on Juggernaut. This guy, I love the idea, but he just doesn't feel lordly enough. Thankfully, his alternate build does. But this guy looks more like he would just be a, Berserker on Juggernaut, which is a unit that World Eaters desperately need, by the way. It's just very, very strange. Very cool kit, I'm not going to deny that. Juggernaut looks fantastic. It's nice to see a modern update to Juggernauts. before the corn demons get them, whenever that may be. Um, yeah, this guy's solid, but just solidly just. I'll be putting him right here. That's too low. I'll put him at the top of B tier, but that's as high as he goes. Next up, we have Lord Invocatus, who pretty much solves all the problems I have with the normal Lord on Juggernaut. He's flying forward, axe held back. He looks like he's about to pounce over someone. His helmet is completely unique. Lord Invocatus looks awesome. His lore is really cool because he literally flies. His Juggernaut can fly on a giant wave of fire. The giant chain blade on his Juggernaut is very cool. And this model in general just looks fantastic. I've seen him on the tabletop a few times. Can't wait to get him. Definitely going to paint him up in Alpha Legion colors. Because, why wouldn't I? Probably keep the Juggernaut black, though. I think that is a very sleek look that adds nice visual contrast to the bright red of good old Invo. Yeah, this guy looks fantastic, though. I cannot sing his praises high enough. This guy is easily getting an A tier, right up there with Karn. Next up, we have the very modern Chaos Lord. This guy is very much a fusion of quite a few. There's definitely a lot of pieces from him. One of his trophy racks looks pretty similar to this guy. And overall, this guy's been a long time coming and looks fantastic. Nice use of tactical rock, in my opinion. I think the pose is right. It's not charging forward, but it's sort of in the come at me stance, where you have your arms out to the side. It looks like he's inviting a challenge or overlooking his army, which is always a good look, in my opinion. Love this model. I don't have him, mainly because I just use my Praetors from Horus Heresy as a Chaos Lord, but I've seen him countless times at the store. And I definitely do need to pick him up, because he's really cool. And I already have, 3 Chaos Lords? What's one more? And one of them's a Terminator. Oh no, 2 of them are Terminator armor. I have 4 Chaos Lords, actually. Because I have 2. I have my Praetor, then I have a third-party model, then I have the plastic Chaos Lord and Terminator armor, and the Terminator Praetor from Horus Heresy. Anyways, yeah, this guy, though, absolutely fabulous model. Couldn't be happier. It feels like the logical evolution of the Chaos Lord. And I will be putting him right in front of Typhus. Next up, we have the Jump Pack variant, who I also think is quite solid. This guy does have some nice weapon options. Pose is okay. I think it could be maybe slightly better, but when I think of that, it'd pretty much just be Harken World Claimer, and if they were the same pose, that could get a little confusing on the table. And this pose isn't bad by any means. I do like the Smoke Trail. That is infinitely better than the old flying bases, and infinitely better than old standing on your tippy toes over here. Yeah, this guy, though, I think looks very, very good. And I will be giving him a A tier as well, personally. I like this guy more. Next up, we have the Lord Exultant of the brand new Emperor's Children, and this guy looks fantastic. Not only is he a great model for your Emperor's Children, he's going to be great as a Slanesh Chaos Lord, just for normal Chaos Space Marines. That's one of the things I really do like about the Emperor's Children. For the most part, these units could fit right in to your normal Chaos Space Marine army. But yeah, this guy just looks fantastic. I'm pretty sure he has a couple of why can't I think, weapon options. But the helmet is very fancy. Yeah, he does. I just had to look that up to be sure. He's got quite a few. This is the coolest looking loadout, though, with the spear and the fist. Is really cool. I'm glad to see Power Spears have made their return to 40k. With the Emperor's Children. Who else? Of course, they have used them the most in the Heresy. Yeah, this model, though, is just fantastic. I'm going to drop him right next to our generic Chaos Lord. Next, we have New Lucius, who looks fantastic. They toned down the suit of Tormented Souls, which I think is a good idea. It's not quite as insane as it once was. And I think the idea of incorporating the Lash of Torment in was a great idea. If you didn't know, if you look here, the Lash of Torment is coming out of the mouth of one of the faces. And he's holding it and whipping it around, of course. I think this kind of scarred up face isn't as intense as classic Lucius, but it gets the idea across better, and his insane expression also gets the idea across a lot better. The Drukhari combat stims look far more fitting for the Emperor's children. It makes sense that he would, have them be a bit more ornamented. The Blade of Lair looks great. Love the base with the Dead Iron Hands Space Marine on it. Yeah, this guy is just fantastic. Easily an A tier. I'm probably going to drop him behind Lord Invocatus just because I kind of like him more. Next up, we have the Lord Cacophonist, who is such a cool model. So the helmet isn't here, but the reason I love this guy so much is he's wearing a helmet that we don't really see with Chaos Space Marines anymore. It's this very exaggerated skull design. Not like a chaplain, but like the top half of it's a skull and the rest of it's normal. And if you look at him, he's got that helmet going on, which I just love, because that helmet was one of my favorites from the classic Chaos Space Marine lineup. And it's one that I really wish would come back. And it did with this guy. And also his Doom Siren just looks properly, insanely huge. And Akimbo sonic pistols is just awesome. It looks very much like he's encumbered by his weapons, which makes sense. I mean, you see that thing? It's as tall as he is. But there's something that just fits the Emperor's Children so well about that. This guy's Doom Siren is just pointing in a bunch of random different directions, and the weight isn't conveyed in the model. With this guy, it looks like, despite the fact he'd probably be better off carrying it by his arms, he simply refuses to do so, and just, thanks to his pride, is like, this may be destroying my back, but I'm still going to do it. Even though he's a Space Marine, that's not a problem. But I think it's just a very, very subtle but very clever piece of storytelling in a miniature. Yeah, love this guy. Here's the thing. Before the new Emperor's Children got revealed, I was going to be like, they were my least favorite Legion. But these guys are so tempting. So tempting. I have to see if their combat patrol... Oh, no, we already saw it, didn't it? No, we saw their army box. But yeah, these guys are so great. I can't wait to get the new Noise Marines. They just look fantastic. They nailed the Emperor's Children so well. This guy, easy S tier as well. And then finally, we have the Lord of Pox, which is a nice point to end on, because this guy, I feel, strikes a much, much better balance between the silliness and over-exaggerated mutations of most Death Guard, and brings in some of that imposing, dread-filled stance we've got going on. So he, of course, has the bizarre tank on his waist that's getting filled up with the machine on his back, which is nice. It looks huge and cobbled together, and he's carrying a humongous weapon that looks like it would be extremely sluggish and unwieldy to use. This guy easily takes the cake as my favorite Death Guard miniature. It just feels like it's far more of what I want from Death Guard. He looks more imposing, more brooding than sort of joyous and silly. And I think it's just a great update. This guy will probably serve as the sergeant in my eventual Death Guard or Plague Marine squad. Who knows when I'll make that? I'd want to get the Forge World Plague Marines. But yeah, this guy, finally, Death Guard is getting something good. I'm going to put him probably right up here in front of Lucius. So one of the highest rankings he could get. Anyways, I've been Spoons Rattling. I hope you enjoyed this video. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye. Hello everybody, my name is Spoons Rattling, and welcome to another video where we're following up on our little tier list series with the chaplains of the Space Marines. Of course, they act as the spiritual advisors and guides to their battle brothers, and act as warrior priests. When in combat, they shout and chant the litanies of the Codex and of their own teachings to inspire their brothers into a fiery fury to cut down the enemies of the Emperor. So chaplains have been a part of Warhammer's Space Marines for a very long time, so they have a decent amount of minis released for them, though not as much as captains, I will admit. And this is in general chronological order. I did, to the best of my ability, get these guys all into their right year order, and to solve the issue of people not really being able to see the miniatures that well, I'm gonna try something. and we're going to see how it goes. So first up, we start off in the first edition, Rogue Trader, with the first suite of chaplains, where the design is still not 100% concrete, and definitely still has some roughness around the edges. So let's start off with this guy. Oh, whoops, that's full screen. I don't want it to be full screen. So as you can see here, I have pulled the image up. Let's zoom in a little bit. Ooh, that's too much. There we go. So this guy is very much a proto-chaplain, and he is the Space Wolves chapter, as you can see by his Space Wolf logo right here, and you can see that the design is generally there. That didn't take long for chaplains to be fully refined, but you see he's got the teeth on his helmet, which is, and the ridges here sort of resemble cheekbones. It's going for the skull head design. And then he does have the skull shoulder pads, something that isn't as prevalent in chaplain designs these days, but the shoulder pads used to be a symbol of office for them, so it makes sense. This guy, though, does not have the Crozius, which makes him, of course, one of the very few chaplains to not be wielding that staff of office that most of them do wield. I think this guy, though, is lacking in something. Again, it's mainly the fact that he just has a bolter, which is a bit of a strange choice for a chaplain, but then again, they weren't as well defined then, so it kind of makes sense. And I think the model's fine, aside from that. He's very silly looking. A lot of these early chaplains kind of have like a chimp face going on, so it makes him look kind of monkey-like. But I think this model's fine. Nothing too special. And definitely not that recognizable as a chaplain. This guy could definitely pass as just like a fancy-looking veteran in artificer armor. So I'm going to be giving him probably a B tier, but probably near the bottom of that tier by the end of this. Next up, we have one of his compatriots, a chaplain with a sword and pistol. Now this guy is much more like a chaplain. If you look at his legs, of course, he's got some fancy trim going on. He's got a bolter in one hand and a power sword in the other. Again, no Crozius, but still I think this does get the idea of a chaplain across much better. And of course, his skull helmet looks more like a grinning skull, slightly more evil than the usually kind of stoic or even judgmental skulls we see for most chaplains. He also has a back banner with some admittedly nice freehand work back there. Of course, that is not part of the model, though. I think this guy gets the look across much better, and out of the proto-chaplains, I'd say is probably the best one, or one of it. He's up there in the early chaplains, just because he feels like he would fit in as a chaplain today. Of course, if you have to adjust the art style, of course, but I feel like this guy feels much more like a chaplain than the previous guy did. He feels more like a leader, even if he does look slightly insane, but hey, what good chaplain isn't slightly insane? This guy I'll be bumping up probably to an A tier. He's a very fun model, which I do like. Next up, we have the next one of our proto-chaplains. This guy is wielding a Crozius, so there's our first Crozius. But interestingly, his helmet, obviously I don't own this model, it's very hard to find models from this era, and I believe his helmet actually is not, it's just a beaky helmet, but the painter of this model freehanded a skull onto it, which is definitely a different look, and kind of an interesting one, honestly. It's kind of cool to take the usually very literal skull helmet and turn it into something more of a adaptation, like a paint job, instead of being a specially molded thing. He does have the skull shoulder pads going on, and his pose is interesting. He kind of looks like he's flexing, but that's just kind of a symptom of the time. But since he's wielding a Crozius, he definitely gets the look across a bit better. Not sure about the pose, and the helmet is a little weird. This guy's probably going to be closer to our first chaplain than our second. I'll be giving him a B tier. Next up, we have the fourth in line. So this guy really is getting the look across of a chaplain. You can see they very quickly settled on how chaplains are supposed to look. We definitely have some chimp face going on here. He's got a monkey face. Looks like like Planet of the Apes is what I'm trying to say. But he does have a Crozius. He's holding it high, and he's got a bolter. This guy feels the most like a chaplain we've seen so far, despite the slightly strange-looking face. Kind of looks like an old man grimacing, or again Planet of the Apes. I like the book. That's a classic sort of design for a chaplain. And I think this guy is also going to be in the higher tier alongside our buddy. Now, I know some people might say, these models are hideous. Why are you ranking them so high? Because I think for the time they came out in, they're actually quite solid. And, of course, these guys are very fundamental to what a chaplain is. So I'm not going to be like, well, this model is from the 80s, and since obviously all of these models were sculpted by hand. They're so much worse than what we have today. No, I have a reverence for models of all eras, so I'm not going to play the era into it aside from judging it from, the era it's in. And these models, I'd say, are all fine examples of the Rogue Trader era. Next up, we have the next chaplain from this era. We have this guy who definitely does not look like a chaplain. He's got kind of a weird muzzle helmet going on from the Howling Griffins, so they've been around a long time. He's got a bit of a chainsword going on here. This guy doesn't quite get the feeling across. Also, look at how tiny this bolt pistol is. It's comical how small this bolt pistol is. This guy feels more so like he would be a sergeant than anything else. The black color, of course, does delineate him as a chaplain. But yeah, he doesn't really have any of the hallmarks. He has the back banner, but then again, so did most sergeants. His helmet isn't a full skull, or at least not from what I can tell. And he's not holding a Crozius. So yeah, I'll probably be giving this guy... I also don't think this model stands up as well as the others do. I will be giving this guy a C tier, unfortunately. Next up, we have our last chaplain of the first edition, and we're going out with a bang, to be sure. This obviously comes from a later catalog. You can simply tell by the way they did bases, and also the overall color scheme, involving more black instead of the colored trousers of previous chaplains. So this guy's obviously painted up as a Blood Angel, or I presume. And interestingly, he has sort of a Mark VI skull hat, like Seaburn helmet going on, which is a interesting look. The big Crozius, I think, fits quite well, and the huge back banner does help delineate him as a captain. Back banners are awesome. He's got the skull shoulder pads on and a big, silly-looking plasma pistol. Very, very Nerf. It reminds me of the Hive, like the Hive something or other from the Dart tagline. I'm weirdly knowledgeable on Nerf, so there may be more references to that later. But I think this guy, again, holds up very well, and I quite like the ginormous back banner that is quite literally taller than he is. If you look at this, it is bigger than he is. I think he fits the chaplain mold quite well, and I'll also be giving him an A tier. Granted, these guys will probably end up on the lower end just because they don't have all the hallmark details yet, but such is the way of things. Next, we're on to 2nd edition, and first up we have this guy. So, now chaplains are fully refined. These guys definitely hit their stride very quickly, and as you can see by 2nd edition, this guy is just instantly recognizable as a chaplain. Big, exaggerated skull helmet that is leaving its sort of Planet of the Apes behind. The vibes of that, leaving that behind. His Crozius is a little bit more of a bit more refined as a staff of office, and his bolt pistol, of course, doesn't look ridiculous anymore. This guy, I think, works quite well. He's doing a classic charge the men forward, which makes perfect sense for a chaplain. He's got the back banner going on, which is always a plus. And I do like how noticeable his rosary is. That's something that I feel like has sort of faded into the background of some chaplain models, is their rosary being not as noticeable, despite the fact that's where they get their invulnerable save from. So I do quite like this guy. I think he's definitely the best chaplain we've looked at so far, and is overall very cool. I do realize I actually did do this slightly backwards. However, I will be giving this guy an A tier easily. Where are you, my friend? It's not you, it's you. This guy. So this is our next chaplain to look at. Again, we're just into full chaplain. At this point, there's no sort of vestigial designs left. Big rosary, skull helmet. This guy's going for a more stylized look than the last guy. Big Crozius, big back banner, aggressive posing, fits super well. I'd say I prefer the other guy more. I think his skull helmet is a bit better done. But I think this guy is also fantastic. I'm a big chaplain fan, so a lot of these guys are going to get pretty high ratings, in my opinion. Next up, so we'll probably give this guy an A as well. Next up, we have another chaplain, this one hailing from the Imperial Fists, and this starts a bit of a trifecta, because there's 3 chaplains that have this head going on here, the head that I'm circling. But these guys all have this kind of bionic head. It's not a full half bionic face, but it's this one eye. We see this design crop up multiple times, and is sort of the Captain Centos of chaplains. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's a captain model from the 90s that got redone several times. But this guy, I think, also fits quite well. I definitely like the other guys a little bit more, but he's not far behind. I quite like the bionic eye if we're going for a helmetless head. And I still think the sort of triumphant raising the Crozius pose looks really good, even if the rest of his pose kind of lets it down. But that's not unusual. A lot of the Space Marines have kind of the same squat, bow-legged appearance in the 90s. Whoops. Oh, well, yeah, don't save. Shit. Anyways, moving on to the next of the Space Marines, we have to cover this guy. Well, we have to rank this guy. I'll be ranking him up here with his compatriots. Next up, we move forward a few years to the end of 2nd edition, or the beginning of 3rd even, I believe, with this guy. So, we have this fella right here, who is, of course, still got all the hallmark designs, big exaggerated skull helmet, integrating some Mark 7 elements like the top ridge here and the side sort of ear rings, as I call them. Big exaggerated rosary here as well. And he's doing the sort of the victorious stance. Weirdly enough, don't think this guy is better than his predecessors. He feels a little bit more weedy, probably because he lacks a back banner, of course, because 3rd edition did away with a lot of the silliness of 2nd edition. But I think he's still fine. Probably more of a B tier than an A tier as the previous guys were. Yeah, this guy's just fine. He doesn't pass, but he also isn't holding himself back in any noticeable way. I'll give him a B tier. Next up, we have our first Chaplain in Terminator armor, so something that has been pretty consistent. Here he is. I actually quite like this model. This model is just very good. He has a unique Terminator helmet that is, of course, skull-based, but interestingly, these little nozzles on the side remind me of Gravis armor. And this whole ridge actually very much reminds me of Gravis armor. I didn't notice that when I first looked at that, but that's just interesting. The pose is pretty much what all Terminators looked like at the time. We didn't have any of the level of dynamicism in Terminators at the time. They were just in this stance, with a few exceptions. I think it's fine. I like the details here. Wish the pose was a little stronger. That's the main thing. I think all the skull details fit quite well. And this guy will be getting an A tier. I just wish his pose was a little better, and of course I'm a little partial because he's wearing Terminator armor, which is always very cool. But I will be putting him below the other 2nd edition Terminators. Next up, we have our first Chaplain on the bike. Actually, hold on. We got this backwards. Next up is Xavier. So Xavier was a exclusive chaplain for the Salamanders, actually. So this guy came out in about 2003, around the same time as the Bike Chaplain. I quite like him. There's definitely a noticeable jump in quality here. Obviously, there's been several years. We're moving more towards a more refined level of proportion. And I quite like his fire design on his shins and his knee pad here. I like the slightly unique maw on his Mark 7 skull helmet. The dragon scales on his power pack is very cool. And he's akimboing melee weapons. He's got the Crozius here, and of course the big mallet up here. This is, of course, very, very cool. He's got a little bit of a satchel on his side, which I think just adds a little extra motion to the miniature, and I quite like his the tubing going around his body. I quite like this guy. I think he's very cool, and I think it'd be cool to see him get an update, though I highly doubt it, as I believe he was pretty short-lived in terms of not only his miniature, but I believe he died. Like, his character is dead. But he is a very cool model, no doubt. And I will be ranking him as an A tier, along with the other, probably right ahead of the 2nd edition chaplains. Back to our chaplain on bike. So, here's the chaplain on bike. This guy is pretty interesting. He's got a smoke launcher, which we don't really see on bikes these days. He's got his Crozius raised high. The book on the back, of course, is a design element that would come back with this guy's 2nd iteration, about 20 years later. We see the rosary getting a little smaller here. I like the wings on the side. It adds some extra character to the whole thing. And, of course, Space Marine bikes just look very cool. They're very angular and cool looking. I've always been a big fan of Space Marine bikes. Aside from that, standard combi bolter. He looks pretty normal aside from that, but the bike definitely does add some cool points. This guy will probably be getting an A tier as well. Again, I very much like chaplains, so we might be getting... This may be a very top-heavy list. Next up, we have a special edition miniature for the Space Wolves. This is a wolf priest. Came out in about 2004, 2005, somewhere around there. But this is a pretty interesting looking Space Wolf miniature. This is definitely one of my favorite Space Wolf minis, and I only just found it. So he's got a bit of a strange looking bolter over here, but that's neither here nor there. I think it's a bolt pistol with a tack light and a scope on it, which is certainly interesting. I like how his armor looks very sort of tribalistic. All the teeth hanging off his rosary, the big headdress with a skull on it. The cape looks nice and tattered. This Crozius is very well done. I like the pipes going around it. It adds some extra beefiness to a weapon that's traditionally rather slender and lithe. I'm not the biggest Space Wolf fan, but I think this guy looks really cool. I would love to see this guy get a redo. We're desperately in need of a new Wolf Priest miniature, who has, they haven't had... This guy and Ulrich are pretty much the only ones they've ever had, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, this guy just looks fantastic in my opinion. Definitely a very high-rated mini, in my opinion. I'll be giving him an A tier as well. Next up, we move on to a big batch of chaplains that came out, again, just a little after that guy, or in the same year as that guy. First up, we have this guy, a very classic Space Marine chaplain. Here we see the skull going from exaggerated to very much just a full-on human skull. How he would get his head in there, your guess is as good as mine, but who cares, it's cool. Quite like the rosary here. The stance is interesting. He looks more so like he's... I don't know. There's something about his stance that's a little different from the usual raising it up. I think the fact that he's looking backwards makes me think he's about to, like he's chanting, he's doing an oration to his Space Marines. I quite like the rivets around his armor. That's something that's very consistent. And I think it adds a nice little bit of extra detail to the miniature. This guy was on sale for quite some time, and I can see why, obviously. We're hitting a very good age of Space Marine miniatures. The early 2000s was a pretty good time to be a Space Marine miniature. Not that there's never been really a bad time to be a Space Marine miniature, but I just think a lot of these models hold up quite well. And this guy, I think, there's a reason that he was so... I saw this guy. I'm pretty sure my older brother had this model. I've seen him in a lot of armies. He's just a great model. And I think he very much typifies the archetypal chaplain. So this guy, I'm going to be giving an S tier. He's our first S tier. Next up, we have a bit of a step down. This guy is from the same release wave, but I think does look markedly worse, in my opinion. And that would be... Where is he? Where is he? Ooh. Hold on. There he is. So, we got this guy going on. He's got a bit more of a mace-style Crozius. His helmet sort of looks like Grimaldus's, which is interesting. Not a big fan of the ridge of spiked studs going down the middle. He's got a plasma pistol going on, which is fine. He's got a Mark 6 shoulder pad, which in this era, Mark 6 shoulder pads don't look very good. I just think they look... they needed... how they did it for the Heresy Marines of today is how that needs to be done. I quite like the chains on his other shoulder pad, but this guy just feels like a step down. He feels a little bit more leaning so into a more exaggerated design, which isn't always a bad thing. Exaggeration leads to more impact. But yeah, I'm not as big a fan on this guy. I'm not quite as high on him. I feel like his pose is also a little bit ponderous. Not the aggressiveness I'd expect from a Space Marine, especially a chaplain. Overall, he's fine. He's a fine model. Just compared to his contemporaries, he's a bit of a step down. I'll be giving this guy, though, a B tier. Next up, we have another classic chaplain model that was on sale for quite some time. The chaplain with Power Fist and Crozius. Now, this guy is a personal favorite of mine. I love the rib detail on his armor. That's something that's become more prevalent in the modern era. But just the pose is so powerful. That's what I love to see from a chaplain. He's doing the come at me pose. He's got his weapons out. He's ready to clobber someone with one hand and bludgeon someone with the other. This is as perfect as a chaplain can get, in my opinion. Even though I tend to prefer full skull helms, I think this guy has a nice balance between the Mark 7 and the skull face. Just an absolutely perfect chaplain. This guy is going up in S tier, easily, no doubt in my mind. Next up, we have the sequel to this fella here, another from this release wave. This guy has the same bionic head going on, also helmetless. Pose a little static. He's got his Crozius up like he's about to swing it down, but his legs are just kind of straight-legged, and he's just sticking his bolt pistol out. Pose is very weak. However, I think his head looks pretty solid for the time it came out in. And I do like the bionic head part. I think that's a nice touch. Yeah, this guy, definitely the weakest out of the ones from this era. Still not bad, more so just eh. I'd probably put him above this guy, which is where he'll go. Next up, we have our next Terminator in Chaplain, or Terminator in Chaplain armor. Yeah, Terminator in Chaplain armor, everyone. No, our Chaplain in Terminator armor. This guy is also really solid. He's got the more realistic skull going on, big bolter, combi bolter, or storm bolter. Interesting that he uses the ammo belt. That's something you really only see on Chaos, especially these days, but I think that's just interesting. I think the pose works quite well for Terminators. He's in a wide stance, got his Crozius off to the side. It's a more open than the last Terminator Chaplain we looked at, and his armor is fittingly ornate, I'd say. I like the big scroll, of course. The skeleton with wings is a very nice touch. Yeah, another great model. Definitely, one I'd like to have in my collection. I'll probably put him above his. I feel like these could be the same Chaplain, just, in different armor. Next up, we have our first Chaplain with jump pack. We have this guy. I think this model is pretty solid. I like the pose. It's very triumphant and imposing. It will have him stick out among his assault marines very well. I like the quad chain. Not only rosary, I believe this is most jump packs have that sort of mechanism on, so I believe that's what this is pulling double duty for. I like his armor. It's a little more angular than we usually see. These boots almost feel like Chaos boots. He's jumping off a tactical rock, which I think is a great way to do a flying or landing pose. Yeah, I think this guy's really solid. Helmet is a little. I'm not the biggest fan of this helmet, but I don't think it's a bad helmet. This guy is going to be getting an A tier. Speaking of jump pack chaplains, someone is missing. Let me quickly go grab them. All right, we're back. So we have our Chaplain Dreadnought, which is just such a cool design. I love the big, sort of very fanciful wings going across the chest plate of the Dreadnought, if you will. The close combat weapon is nice and spiky. I've always liked that design with the claws instead of fingers. And, of course, I love box Dreadnoughts. A Chaplain box Dreadnought is just so, so cool. He is not painted, unfortunately. However, I think anyone can see. Look how awesome this model is. This was a Forge World model. I believe it was all Forge World. It might have been a hybrid kit, but that I do not know. I really do quite like this guy. One interesting thing is here seems to be where his combi bolter would be, which is usually underslung on the arm. Not that I'm complaining. I think that's a great place for it. And this model is just so, so cool, and I would love to see a Redemptor chassis update of the Chaplain in Dreadnought. And the Iron Halo up there, it's all just so, so cool. Yeah, this guy desperately needs a new release or a new model of some kind. Just so awesome. I mean, Dreadnoughts are awesome, Chaplains are awesome. Put them together, what do you get? Double awesome. Now, on a more somber note, this Chaplain is one of the more recent Firstborn Chaplains, and I don't like this model. He feels very spindly. I'm not a big fan of his helmet. I don't really like the ridge going on back here. Something about this model's always irked me, rubbed me the wrong way. I'm not the biggest fan of this Crozius either. I know I sound like I'm constantly complaining, but I'm not sure why they went for this sort of mainly ornate haft. I always thought the whole point of a Crozius was, the haft could be held from any position, which opened up more posing possibilities. Also, his pose is a little confusing. He's looking up at his Crozius, but what's he looking up at? I don't really get that. I feel like he should be holding it high and looking down like another miniature we're going to get to relatively soon. Yeah, not a fan of this guy. I, I have no qualms with any kind of marine, but this guy just rubs me the wrong way. I've never liked this model, and I never will. Yeah, easy C tier. Next up, we have Seraphicus. This was the chaplain included in Dark Vengeance. I believe his name was Seraphicus, at least. I might be getting that mixed. Yeah, it's Seraphicus, because it was Balthasar, Seraphicus, and Termael. So this guy, I think, is pretty cool. He's got a bit of a running stance going on. The sensors on his backpack are something that would become very, very consistent for Dark Angel's chaplains. He looks like he's running forward. He's got his scoped plasma pistol down to the side as he's jabbing his Crozius forward. I think he just looks pretty solid. I like the ornate robery detail. The couple daggers here are a nice touch. I think this model's pretty good except for one thing. This skull face is just too small. Look at how tiny his eyes are. They just don't fit properly. That's really my only criticism and what holds this model back from being in too high of a tier, personally. Yeah, it's just a shame. He's close, but he's not quite there. He's like 3/4, but he didn't finish the race. So I'll be giving him a B tier. Ooh, you're not supposed to be here. You're supposed to be way over here. Next up, we have the Dark Angel's Interrogator Chaplain. This is how that other chaplain should have been posed. So this guy brings back Power Fist and Crozius, which is a great look. Love the sensor on his back. The giant cape is awesome. Robes in general, very cool. He's wearing a hood, which is just so awesome. The tilting shield is another nice touch. The slightly more up-armored look is very cool, as I'd expect from Dark Angels. He's just very, very imposing in general. I mean, what can I say? Dark Angels do chaplains the best, don't they? I love the skulls on his power pack as well for the vents. Just a fabulous model the whole way around, and his skull is the right size for what it should be. Take note, Seraphicus. Yeah, this guy, very, very solid. Love that model. Next up, we have an Ultramarines chaplain, Chaplain Cassius. He was a big player in the First Tyrannic War, and now works with the Death Watch mainly, because he just loves hunting Tyranids so much. So I think Cassius's model is all right. Of course, it has the Death Watch fittings, like the left arm having the shoulder pad and silver gauntlets. I think the Crozius is quite cool. The chain around it is a nice touch. I like the Ultramarines logo embossed into it, as well as in his iron halo. I think his armor is quite cool. It's got a bit of a steampunk vibe going on. The bolt pistol's a little weird. It's got a scope, but the iron sight is still there, so I'm not sure what that's for. Maybe it's supposed to be a laser sight. Oh, no, the laser sight's down there, I think. Regardless, aside from that, I think this model's fine. Pose is just okay. I think it fits because Cassius is meant to lead Kill Team Cassius. And he's on Tactical Rock, so that's something to note. Like the book, just, he's a fine model. Not my favorite, not my least favorite. Pretty solid B tier, in my opinion. Next up, we have our third Terminator and Chaplain armor. Chaplain and Terminator armor. This model is pretty darn good. This is one of the last of the old proportioned Terminators, and I think this sends them out very well. The insane scrolls and fittings hanging down just look so over the top and ornate. It's very cool. His Crozius is a little on the weedy side, but I think the crown at its top fits very well. Standing on a tactical rock, but I think that's fine. He looks like he's moving forward in a very imposing way. I like the drum magazine on his combi bolter here, or storm bolter here, and he's got a big cloak on, which is always a cool look and something that is always nice for chaplains. I even like the sort of tubing design that goes through the torso plate. Skull is looking good. The embossed Aquila is a nice touch. Yeah, I think this model's quite solid. A very solid design for a Terminator and Chaplain armor. I said it again, Terminator and Chaplain armor. Chaplain and Terminator armor. This guy I will be giving an S tier to. An A tier, because I think I prefer this guy. Next up, we have the Blood Angels Jump Pack Chaplain. This guy, I believe, was originally released as a... Whoa, why are you so small? Oh no, this image isn't the right size at all. That's not good. Hold on. I can fix this. I can fix this. Come here. Nah, not that wolf priest. Where'd he go? Here he is. That's better. So this guy, I think, is a great design. I like the two-faced going on thing here, where part of his armor is the musculature design, the other is the more ornate Blood Angels design. Crozius, I think, is pretty solid. I like the wings on the jump pack. Inferno Pistol is always a nice touch. I like that the wings around his armor go up like a collar, very vampire-like. He's wearing that sort of Heresy-era jump pack that a lot of the Blood Angels used to wear. He's got a nice rosary on him. That's something that I feel like we haven't seen in a while. Though I will say, one thing I don't like is right here on the skull. He's got like a mustache, which just looks a little strange. It makes him look kind of like a silly maitre d' or something. Which, I definitely don't... definitely not a fan of that. But I think the rest of the model is very solid, very cool, very Blood Angel specific, but that's not a bad thing. I like the wing blood droplets on the wings, and the shoulder pads are very nice and ornate. Definitely a solid model. This mustache thing really holds it back, though. It's just such a weird design choice, in my opinion. Giving him a sort of, I don't know, Inspector Clouseau mustache was certainly a choice. I'll be giving him an A tier, though a little closer to the bottom of the pack than the top. But it's still a very good model. Just, actually, I think I'll probably drop him down to the other jump pack chaplain. Pose is better, but no, this is ridiculous. What am I talking about? He goes here. Next up, we have good old Ulrich the Slayer, the chief of the wolf priests. I think Ulrich's model is pretty solid. I like the giant Crozius. It is abnormally large. His beard is pretty majestic. His helmet, though he can't wear it, is very imposing, slightly horse-like, not full-on wolf head as we see in a lot of others. I think the cloak is quite well done. Again, this is kind of going for the sort of posing for a painting look, which I think is a fine choice. The runes dangling around, I think, are very cool. His rosary, of course, having all the teeth and things hanging off of it. Wolf tail talisman dotted around, very cool. Yeah, I think this model's pretty darn solid. Definitely another... I think I maybe just like the wolf priests. Another solid Space Wolf model. We'll be giving this guy probably just a little behind this guy, personally. I like this one more. Next up, we have the current most generic chaplain known to man, and that is not at all a knock against him, because this chaplain is amazing. I think the idea of giving them all these very heavy-set jackets is just a great idea. He's wearing a hood. I like it. The skull is a nice size. The iron halo over his head is awesome. It's just usually we see those sticking straight up, but having it slanted slightly forward just adds something to it. The pose is great. He's in a very very dynamic pose. Looks like he probably just beat someone with his very simple but very effective looking Crozius, and is now turning to his next enemy. Of course, Absolver Bolt Pistol is just such a sick look, just absolutely enormous. Of course, it's basically a Space Marine Desert Eagle, so what more could you want? This model is just absolutely fantastic. Every time I see it, I love it. And I love the rib design coming back on his armor. And the dangling down of scriptures, I think, is just a great look in general. It's a very fluid model, absolutely fantastic. Chaplains just never lose, do they? This guy's easily getting an S tier. Easy. Next up, we have the Indomitus Chaplain, who is right here. So this is, again, we see the return of this exact face right here, with the bionics in it. Pose is very good. He's doing the classic call, charge the men forward. Another Absolver Bolt Pistol, always a great look. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a helmet option. I do like the slight chaplain redesign of giving them this just ever so subtle rib design. It just adds to the motif, I think. Giant iron halo, very cool. Love the this is a badge from Indomitus hanging off his belt. I believe that's his rosary as well. The trim is very ornate and fancy. Just an absolutely fabulous model, and a great end to the lineage of Bionic Chaplain guy. Love the hose, love the whole look for this. It just adds it's somehow makes the face just far more interesting than just a plain bald head. Yeah, fantastic model. Yeah, that's it. This guy, though, definitely not an S tier, but probably an A tier, probably hanging out around here. Next up, we have another masterclass model, the Primarchs Chaplain on bike. So we have the rib design being reintegrated, but instead of the full-on ribs, it's just the dentations in his armor. I love the Crozius itself is very imposing and large. The pose is fantastic. Looks like he just rolled up, leaning off to the side and raising that up as an explosion goes off behind him. The giant book chained down to his bike is just fantastic. The twin bolt rifles, the Primaris bikes just look great in general. Love the purity seals hanging off the side. His skull helmet is a nice blend of a plain helmet and the skull helmet. It's just the right level of stylized. Yeah, I mean, this model's fantastic. Can't wait to get my second one in my magazine. Love this model so much. Can't wait to paint him up again. This guy, though, again, easy S tier. Next up, we have good old Grimaldus of the Black Templars. Grimaldus is, of course, a great model. He does have the unfair advantage of having a retinue, but let's just look at Grimaldus for now. So Grimaldus has a unique helmet, which has sort of the gritted teeth design, which I think is a valid alternative to the skull helmet. I like the big vent on his chest plate and the huge belt buckle. Of course, his Crozius has the cross on it, and I like that he's holding it forward, sort of using it as a, I don't know, there's something about that pose that just looks like he's using it to protect something. Like he's just using it as the ward against chaos. The giant broken sword coming off of his back is just fantastic. The very subtle skull set into his knee pad is great. Giant book, hanging scrolls is very, very good. And even his plasma pistol is really well designed. Of course, it's a modern Space Marine plasma pistol. It's going to look fantastic. And of course, he has his servitor buddies with him, all of which are also fantastic models. Love this giant banner. Yeah, can't get enough of Grimaldus. Fantastic model. Not my absolute favorite, but he's definitely going up in S tier for sure. Next up, we have good old... Ooh, these should be flipped. So before we get into good old, we have to cover the current Terminator and Chaplain in Terminator armor. Keep saying that backwards. This guy, I think, is pretty solid. He has the sort of vague rib design on his chest plate, which I quite like. He's got the dangling scripture from his belt. The belt buckle itself is just a really sick cross design, almost a Crux Terminatus-like. I like the trim on his shins. The rosary with the reliquary is a very nice touch. His Stormbolter, of course, looks fantastic. Modern Stormbolters always look great. And I think his Crozius, it has two heads. This is definitely the worst of the two. The other one has this huge cross section on it, which is cool. And he can take a storm shield. The fact we haven't had a chaplain with a storm shield before this guy is insane, because that is just the coolest look known to man. Of course, not seen here, but of course he does also have a standard skull helmet. Looks very good. I think this model is a very, very successful design of Terminator and Chaplain armor. I'm gonna put it below the this guy, but and also I'll put the Chaplain the Chaplain in Dreadnought above him. But yeah, just a fantastic model in my opinion. Again, I love Chaplains. I can't contain that. Next up, we have perhaps the best model on this list, the modern day Asmodai. And Asmodai is just a killer model. This guy gets the look of an imposing, mysterious chaplain across better than anyone else. Giant rosary, which is nice to see returned. The sword and Crozius design is just really cool. Something that he had in the 90s, then they took away from him for some reason. But they brought it back. This is based directly on a classic piece of artwork. Love the iron halo going over his head. And of course, the hooded helmet is just the coolest look for a Space Marine. The pose has such power to it. The handcuffs hanging off his belt fit with the interrogator theme, and just the way he has that sword planted in that trader's helmet just fits so well. It's very clearly just after a battle as the scent or smoke settles around him and wreaths him in this mysterious fog. Asmodee's model is just fantastic. His power pack is very ornate and fancy. Can't get enough of this model. Just a fabulous design overall. Asmodee for the win. Easily S tier. Though he's not alone, we also have two other great models. First up, we're starting with, in my opinion, the better of the two, Asterath, the High Chaplain of the Blood Angels. This guy, of course, can detect when the Blood Angels near him are about to go totally mad. That is, of course, very helpful. He has a great redesign. His old model made him look weird and fat. I hated old Asterath. But with the redesign, you see how cool he actually can look. The giant black wings just makes him look so imposing on the battlefield. The spine axe is such a cool design. Having the spine as the haft and, of course, or the handle, if you will, and just the power axe itself looks great. The armor is super ornate, not quite as good as Mephiston's, but very solid in its own right. The skulls on the knee pads, he looks very fast and agile for a Space Marine, which is exactly what he is. He's flying around with the Death Company. And the mask looks so much better. I used to think that's just what his face looked like with the old model, because it wasn't clear it was a mask, so I thought it was just some sort of weird face. But no, he's wearing a mask, and I think it looks far better here than anywhere else. Asterath, fabulous model. I'm going to be giving him a S tier, probably a little closer to the bottom of the pile, but still, Asterath looks fantastic. And next up, we have our final entrant into this video, Lamartes. Another, in my opinion, very successful new design for Lamartes. Not that his old design was bad. Lamartes has always looked cool, except for his first model. I think that one looked pretty bad, actually. But Lamartes just looks fantastic. Not only is the pose a very interesting take on a jump pack character, you know, he's stepping down because Lamartes is constantly going more and more insane, stepping into madness. Big bolt pistol, very solid choice. The goblet Crozius is very cool. The iron rib cage, I think, fits well. Of course, they keep Lamartes in stasis anytime he's not currently fighting, so I think going for this sort of iron-bound look fits it. You know, that's how they contain him. And of course, the jump pack looks fabulous. Giant iron halo going on also looks great. Yeah, I think Lamartes looks great. I like the bearing teeth motif of his helmet. Yeah, I think it just looks great. Yeah, I love Lamartes. This guy, though, I'll be probably ranking I said I liked Asterath more, but I think I like Lamartes more. Anyways, I've been Spoons Rattling. I hope you enjoyed this video. Make sure to let me know what you thought down below, and I will see you all next time. Hello, everybody. My name is Spoons Rattling, and welcome to another tier list video. Wrapping up our trifecta of Space Marine characters, the core ones at least, we have the Librarians. Of course, these are the psychic warriors and guardians of knowledge and lore of the Space Marines. They are some of the most venerated or feared, and also respected by the chapter command as advisors, as well as mentors. Of course, Librarians have been around forever, effectively, and we're going to be covering most of them here. Of course, I'm sure there may be some that I have missed, and I'm not including the Horus Heresy Librarians, but still, this covers the majority of them. This also does include the named characters, and I did include both versions of old and new named characters. I figured that's how I'll do this series moving forward. So first up, we have a first edition Librarian, and like the Chaplain video, I will be using this format to show off the characters. So this guy is a Blood Angels Librarian, or painted up as such. I've seen this model. It's absolutely minuscule. It's honestly kind of funny. He does have a interesting looking saber with a hooked tip. He's wearing Mark 6 armor, but he is very, very spindly, just given the time he came out. I mean, look at how thin his legs are. I do kind of like the scroll that he's holding in his left hand. That does kind of look like the map from Dora. That's what immediately comes to mind. But obviously, this guy is fine, I'd say. He's not my favorite. His psychic hood is a little bit kind of hard to delineate. He is wearing one. You can see it right around here. But I'd say that overall, this model is totally fine, and a solid first entrant for the Librarians, a little bit before they got fully refined. But most of the design elements are, of course, still there. the psychic hood, the librarian symbol on the shoulder pad, things like that. Um, though, of course, this was before librarians wore full blue armor. Same thing with chaplains. So he just has a blue torso with his red legs. Again, that's a painting thing, not a model thing. But still, I like to include points for that. Also, interestingly, he has a very small Aquila. Just something of note. I'll be giving this guy a B tier, personally. I think he's a fine first entrant, and for the 80s, I think he's a solid enough model. Though I do think he is outperformed by this guy, who looks a little bit more evil, so to say. I do have to note, the website where I get these, Lexicanum, the wiki, they have a whole gallery of most miniatures. Someone is uploading them after they've run them through an AI upscaler. So some of these images may appear weirdly smooth. I'm not sure if this one was. I did just notice how fuzzy the face looks, so I wanted to mention that. I did not do that. I'm not sure who was doing it, and personally I don't agree with it. I think we should just be uploading these from the codexes and catalogs where they appeared. Though I do think this model, back on track, very fun. This helmet is an interesting sort of Mark 7, Proto Mark 7. The psychic hood still looks a little bit more like a psychic hat rather than a thing that goes around the head. The shoulder pads are very small for a Space Marine, but again, fitting for the 80s. The very noticeable straps that are from the fact this would eventually become Mark 6. Quite like the pose. The two-handed force sword is always very cool. I tend to prefer force swords over the other force weaponry. I think this model is pretty solid. He does lack a little bit of librarian flair. Something like a book, a banner, a cloak, or something like that. But I still think this model is quite solid. I'll be giving him a B tier, just alongside his compatriot. And I do kind of like the pose and armor of this guy a little bit more. Next up, we have another librarian who definitely is a product of his time. This head is actually, I don't think the face is that bad. Not sure about this strange band going around his forehead. I think that looks rather weird. He's wearing a force sword that is looking very stumpy, more of a force dirk than anything else. He does have most of the hallmark designs. He's got the librarian logo on his right shoulder pad, and he is carrying around a book, which adds a nice little bit of librarian flair. His Aquila looks very strange. The color scheme here, I believe, is supposed to be Space Wolves, but I might be mistaken on that. I'm not a big fan of this model. Also, he definitely has... he's from the era of microscopic bases for everything, so he's hanging off the sides, which the fact anyone ever thought that was reasonable is just outrageous to me. Belt buckle is really weird. It's got a face. I'm not sure about that. This is a very weird model. Not a big fan, personally. I'll be giving him a C tier. Moving on. I do want to mention, these are in general chronological order. Not perfect, but close to it, as I could reasonably get. Next up, we have this is a Codicere, which is the second rank of a Space Marine Librarian. It goes Lexicanum, Codicere, Lexicanum, Codicere Epistolary. Or I might be getting those last two mixed up, sorry. So this guy is... We see a big jump in Space Marine Librarians, obviously. We're seeing the tubes from the Psychic Hood connect to the armor, staves more frequent, full blue armor, more dangly tabards. I think this guy is a pretty solid model. Obviously, he's from the 90s. Not much to say aside from that. I think that his face looks pretty solid. And his force stave definitely has some funky patterns going on with the grip, and I believe those are molded, not necessarily painted on. This model, though, I think is totally fine. I might be getting his rank wrong. I do know this is a Codicere, but I can't remember if that's the last rank or the second to last rank of a Space Marine Librarian. Regardless, I think this model is quite solid. We're seeing a lot of the hallmark designs come through. I will be giving this guy a B tier. Next up, we have our first Terminator Librarian, obviously wearing Indominus Terminator power armor. This guy is not stellar, in my opinion. The pose is a little bit standard for Terminators at the time, which isn't great. Again, Psychic Hood looks very strange here. As you can see, it's just kind of, again, resting on top of his head instead of being a hood. I know hoods do that, but usually Hood would have a
level of separation from the head. His crux terminatus looks very strange, and I'm not sure what this shield is on his arm. Yeah, this model is not particularly great. It is his Terminator, so I do like that, of course. But yeah, overall, I think it's just a fine model. I'll be giving it a low. I'll give it a C tier. Let's be real. Whoops! I just realized I dragged the file over. I meant to bring this over. Next, we have a model that I believe was the longest lived here. This is the Rune Priest, also from the 90s, for the Space Wolves again. This model was on sale, I think, up until a few years ago, which you can tell because he has the white background of the modern 40K Warhammer website, rather. And this model is very. I think it's better than the other Terminator Librarian. Of course, the photography's done better. The paint scheme is fairly standard for Space Wolves, but just the runes are a little all over the place. Makes him kind of look like he's wearing like alphabet soup armor. Again, Psychic Hood here, very close brought to the helmet. Though I will say I like this guy more than the other Terminator Librarian we looked at. And it's a Rune Priest is the Space Wolf equivalent of the Librarian. Sorry, I forgot the word for a second. He's equipped with a little Force Spear or Force Glaive. It looks a little stumpy to be like a... I'm not actually sure. This might be a Force Axe, technically. But yeah, overall, I think the model looks fine. I think for the era he came out in, he's all right. The runes just is an odd way of doing it, having them be every which way all over the armor. I'll be giving this guy a B tier, though. I think he's a fine model, probably right here. We're dipping back into our regular armored Space Marines with this Lexicanum here. Or no, this isn't a Lexicanum. He's wearing a Psychic Hood. So this guy, again, 2nd edition, fairly standard, wearing a full set of Mark 7, which is always a nice look. He is Ultramarines, of course, which you can tell by his shoulder pad. The Psychic Hood is starting to get more of that separation from the helmet, which I do much prefer. I do like the fact that his belt buckle is a book, which is just kind of a fun look. Force Axe, I think, looks all right. Not the biggest fan of Force Axes in general. But I think this model's quite solid. Probably prefer the 2nd edition Librarian we looked at, but this guy's not going to be ranking that far behind. Probably right here. Next up, we have yet another Space Marine Librarian. This guy painted up in Blood Angel's livery. So this guy is very similar to the first guy we looked at, if not this. Like, the face is almost identical. The pose is really the only differential here. Of course, back banner is always a nice touch. This guy is a full-on, like he's a max rank prestige librarian. You can tell by the design on his tabard. I think the Force Stave looks nice and imposing, even though the fact that it is significantly taller than him. The bolt pistol is just a bolt pistol. We haven't seen anything too unique there. And the posing's just fine. Nothing too special, but pretty standard for the 90s. This guy will be earning a similar rank to the other ones we've looked at so far. Next up, we do have this is the Lexicanum I was thinking of. You can see how I would make that mistake, given the fact that this guy and this librarian look so similar. Of course, you can tell he lacks a Psychic Hood, which is the telltale sign of a Lexicanum. They've just joined the Librarium. Again, we've got a Force Axe going on. I think the pose is pretty solid. The standard sort of leader pose from the 90s. Again, bolt pistol, Force Axe, standard loadout, nothing special. This guy definitely looks the least flashy of all the Librarians we've looked at so far, which makes sense. But I quite like him. I think for the time he came out, and he's a very nice rendition of a Mark 7 Marine. So I'll be giving him a B tier, probably just ahead of his Rogue Trader brothers. Next up, we have this fella, who is another librarian. Not the biggest fan of this guy's pose. It's very strange with the sword that super close in. I mean, it's putting his hand right next to his chest plate, which is just weird. Definitely some lopsided eyes going on, which isn't the most uncommon. That's just very noticeable here. And then having the bolt pistol off to the side. I'm not really sure what they were going with this pose. And yeah, I'm not a big fan of this guy. He seems almost melted. Yeah, again, probably the weakest one we've looked at from this era. I'll be giving him a C tier, personally. Next up, we have yet another librarian. This guy's actually a Lexicanum. Again, you can tell by the lack of a psychic hood. Loadout, pretty standard. I do tend to prefer force swords to other force weaponry. Bolt pistol is standard issue for the time. Face is looking a little on the extra blocky side. Oh, excuse me, I just had to yawn. He's got a bit of a chain going on to denote his rank. Tabard is fairly standard. I do like the level of motion in the pose. He's, leaning forward. Probably would have liked maybe if he was holding one of his weapons in a more aggressive stance. Almost feels like there's some Slambo inspiration going on here. Not quite as much as this guy here. This guy has a very Slambo-esque pose with that axe. But yeah, this model, I think, is solid. Just solid. Nothing more, nothing less. I'll be giving him a B tier. Again, passing, but not lagging behind too much or excelling. Next up, we have our first named Psyker. We have Tigerius of the Ultramarines in his 90s incarnation. He is wearing standard power armor here. He will jump through power armor types as we cover his various miniatures. I think this guy looks quite solid. He's got the very ornate force staff, which, again, fits. He is a named character after all. His armor's nice and ornate. I like the cloak that he's got going on. The lightning bolts add some interesting imagery and texture to his armor. And I like that he's got a scope on his bolt pistol. His psychic hood is very intense, lots of wires, and the librarian symbol at its top is a nice touch as well. Overall, I think Tigerius is very effective. Out of the Marines we've looked at, he's probably the best one so far, which I think is totally fitting, again, given he is a named character, not just a no-name librarian. Alright, I will be giving this guy a B tier, at the very top of the tier, though. Next up, we have another Terminator Librarian, again, in effectively the exact same pose as the other ones we've looked at. This guy does have an interesting sort of three-quarters helmet going on. Ugh. Oh, man, I don't know why I'm so tired, sorry. Stormbolter, looking very rotund, which is definitely an interesting look. Force Axe, again. Not my favorite weapon. Pose is exactly the same as all the chaplains we've looked at. The chaplain Terminator had this. The other librarian Terminators we looked at had this. I think even some of the captain Terminators had this pose. It's just so basic. Again, these were super chunky models for the time, though, so I can see why making them into anything more advanced would be difficult, especially when they're on these microscopic 25mm bases. That's right. This is a Terminator on a 25mm base, which is just laughable. I will say, I do think his psychic hood looks very, very nice. Armor in general looking very good. The pipes are always a nice touch. And I like the lightning bolt on his Crux Terminatus over here. I'd say this guy is very solid. Probably the second best we've looked at so far, in my opinion. Next up, we have another named guy, and one that is still in rotation of being sold today. We have Ezekiel of the Dark Angels, looking as stumpy as ever. This guy is, unsurprisingly, I think, one of the better models from this era. He has a nice amount of texture to his armor with the rivets and things like that on his shoulder pads and gauntlets. His flowing cloak and the Book of Secrets is always nice. The keys add a nice extra bit of texture. I like his half helm with the bionic eye. And his sword is very cool, I'd say. Just nice and imposing. It's not overly huge. And his pose is very fitting of the knightly aesthetic of the Dark Angels. And of course, his back banner looks fantastic, because back banners are always cool. I think Ezekiel's going to be our first A tier. Does help that he's never had a refreshed model, so we're very used to looking at this one. Mephiston is up next, the famous and one of the, if not the most powerful Psyker in the Imperium. This is his 90s model, looking not quite as vampiric as we're used to. Of course, aside from all the musculature armor, I'm more talking in the face. The plasma pistol looks very strange, I will admit. It looks more like a plasma submachine gun, given how far forward that pistol grip is. Again, like a plasma Uzi or something like that. And then he has Viteris, his force sword, looking pretty nice. I do like how intricate all the spikes and everything are. I imagine as a metal model, though, this would bend all the time, be very annoying. His insanely huge psychic hood slash vampire collar is interesting, given the fact that it's about half his height. And his cloak overall, I think, is quite interesting. He feels very secretive and ponderous. Not quite getting across the vibe I always got from Mephiston in this model. He looks a little too normal compared to a lot of the other Blood Angels, which is something his next model, much later on, I think fixed very well. But this model, I think, is still very good. I'm going to put him right behind Ezekiel, personally. Yet again, another named character, Njal Stormcaller, similar to Tigurius. Here he is actually wearing standard power armor. And this model definitely is a step down from Mephiston and Ezekiel. Not even from just a I'm not a big Space Wolves guy perspective. I just think this model looks worse. Pose is interesting. It's interesting that he's doing the pose and then his bird is doing the same pose. But yeah, I don't think this model works very well. I think his psychic hood is a little too bulky. And again, it's just weird having his bird do the same pose he's doing. Yeah, not a fan of this model. It's not horrible, but just a big step down from the other named characters of this era, personally. I'll be giving him a B tier, probably right here. Next up, we have the... we're moving on to the Knots, basically, early 2000s. We have this young strapping lad with a power axe. Hold on, I have to find him. Where are you, power axe boy? There you are. So this guy, painted up in Dark Angel's livery, is a pretty substantial step forward. Obviously, we've moved, 10 years into the future of miniature history. His proportions are a little better. Pose, much better. He's, charging. He's, calling out with the troops. Plasma pistol looking nice and round, which I always appreciate. I like the robe wrapped around him and the scripture, not only in the tubes attached to his belt, but also wrapped around his leg. And the 3-claw scar is always a good look on his face where his bionic eye is. This guy is a pretty solid miniature in my opinion. This released around the same time as a big wave of chaplains, where they were very much flushing out the generic Space Marine options from their 90s vestiges. I'll be giving this guy a B tier personally, probably right behind Tigurius. We have another from this same release wave, looking a little bit more like he's not necessarily on the battlefield. I'm not exactly sure why he would be showing the enemy his Book of Secrets. Again, painted up in Dark Angel's livery, which is interesting. I think the psychic hood and head combination here is pretty solid. I like that he actually has hair. Definitely adds a different flavor to the model. The insane haft of his force staff is definitely interesting, as is the double-headed eagle at its top. I think the pose is a cool pose, honestly. It just doesn't strike me as a battlefield pose, more so one you would see, again, maybe a painting of. I think this model's really fun, though. I like the way he's holding his book, even though this book is horribly proportioned. I mean, there must be... If this was to scale, it would be like 2.5 inches of cover on each side to, just dead space. But yeah, I think this model's very fun. I'll be putting him probably just behind or just ahead of our Axe Buddy. Next up, we have the return of the Force Sword. This guy, again, same release wave. Again, painted up in Dark Angel's colors. Looking maybe a little bit like a lower ranking librarian, given his lack of a psychic hood, though I don't think this guy was ever given a specific rank. The Force Sword is looking quite nice. I like the crazy design on it. Wearing a Mark VI shoulder pad, which not the biggest fan of, especially from this era. That the studs just tend to kind of be hard to paint. His face is actually pretty solid, I think. It's not quite as heroic and overly, what's the word I'm looking for, conventional, that we see from a lot of Space Marines, especially these days. I think it adds a wizened look to him. A little bit of Lobot going on from Star Wars with the, can't remember what it's called, thing that wraps around their head. Yeah, overall, solid model. Not as fun as the other two. I think his pose is just a little on the weak side. I'm going to be dropping him just in front of our Lexicanum. We're on to our next of the Terminator librarians. This guy is somewhere. Here he is. So this guy brings in the instead of a back banner, we've got a back book, which I think is awesome. Again, probably not the best proportioned book, but it's much less noticeable here. The insane book on shoulder pad is a crazy look. Again, really crazy design on the haft of the force staff. I like the general pose. It looks like he's casting magic. He's kind of the first of the librarians to actually be doing a pose like this. Yeah, I like all the details going on. The robe is a nice touch, something that they seem to have sort of borrowed from Tigurius. Yeah, I think this is a very solid model. Lots of little details, very fitting for the librarians. And I quite like the cabling from his psychic hood into his head. Again, this is how I like my psychic hoods. A little bit more degrees of separation. We'll be put this guy up in A tier, personally. He's probably the best model we've looked at so far. Next up, we have a Wolf Priest for the... Not Wolf Priest, Rune Priest for the Space Wolves. Definitely a better showing than the Terminator Rune Priest we were looking at. Again, insane haircuts going on, no helmets. Definitely not my favorite look. I do like the teeth talisman on his neck. Power Axe is looking very plain. It does have the single rune on it. I like the wolf pelts or bear pelts wrapped around his waist, and the big belt buckle is definitely a nice touch. Not quite as high on this guy as I was on the Wolf Priest from the chaplains video, but I still think it's a solid model. I'll probably be giving it a B tier, probably just ahead of our Terminator buddy over here. Next up, we have Tigurius Number Dos. So Tigurius here is donning some Terminator armor, which he doesn't wear anymore, similar to how Calgar went, honestly. It seems a lot of characters went from generic armor, Terminator armor, back to generic armor, or just regular power armor, not generic, obviously. Honestly, I'm not sure if this Tigurius is that much of an upgrade over the classic. Pose is very similar. He just has his bolt pistol pointed up instead of down at the ground. They got rid of the wings off of his... they definitely nerfed his force staff, which is a shame. I think his face, honestly, hasn't really got much better. This is one of those times where I think the older model actually does the look overall better than the newer one. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. His armor is rather plain for being a named Psyker. I think that last guy we looked at had more designs going on. But overall, yeah, probably just a fine model. Not one I'm particularly fond of. I'll put him above Njal and the Rogue Trader boys. Next up, we have a model that just recently, I think, went out of production. This librarian here. I think this guy is quite solid. It's got a cherub. I always like cherubs. The force staff here is looking nice and crazy with the haft. He actually has sculpted detail, if I'm not mistaken, to denote his rank as a high-ranking librarian on his tabard, or cloak as well. I like the psychic hood. This is maybe not the first of this design, but it's definitely the most noticeable, where they ditched a lot of the connecting cables and went more for a general hooded vibe. I like the eagle on his backpack, and he's standing on some tactical granite, which is always a nice touch. Yeah, I think this model is probably the best model we've looked at so far. We're going through a pretty good age of models. Next up, we have a Space Marine by the name of Calistarius, or as you probably better know him, Mephiston. This is Mephiston, before Mephiston became Mephiston. Calistarius was his name, then he succumbed to the Black Rage, but overcame it, and was reborn as Mephiston. This was a Space Hulk miniature, as you can tell by his decorative base. But looking at him, I think he's quite cool. The double-headed power axe, or force axe, looks much better than single-headed. I think his face is nice and scrutinizing. The cabling is nice and delicate around his head, and his Stormbolter's looking nice as ever. The pose of stepping down is always a nice one for Blood Angels, I think. And the book banner is always a nice touch. Yeah, I think this model... I know we just had a new best model, but I think I'm actually probably going to put this guy over the last one. we're going to put this guy up in A tier. Calistarius, looking great. Mephiston is holding the roost. Next up, we have, what is this, Severin Loth of the Red Scorpions. I think this guy looks quite solid. He's doing the casting a spell pose. He's wearing Mark IV armor. He's looking a little more lanky than we usually see from Space Marines, but a lot of these Red Scorpion Marines have slightly thinner and longer proportions than the Plastic Marines, as they were all Forge World kids. I quite like his Psychic Hood. It's nice and simple. The forehead accoutrement to his helmet is also, again, a nice touch. Book Banner returns, this time with a bookmark, which I do like. I like that they sort of slimmed down the tubes on his Psychic Hood to look more like they could be pulled off instead of just being fully built into the armor. I think this model's quite good. Severin Loth, definitely a solid model. I'll be giving this guy an A tier. Next up, we have the new Njal Stormcaller, new, otherwise known as from 2009, and talk about a glow-up. Njal here looks fantastic. I think the pose is nice and mobile. It looks like he's swinging his staff, whether that be to cast something or just to club or someone over the head. His crow is in a similar pose, but not doing the exact same pose. He's, leaning down and forward, which I think is much better than having him just mimic. The giant skinned wolf that he wears on him is looking surprisingly realistic with those dead eyes. I think Njal is one of the better, not only Finecast models, but one of the better Space Wolf models in general. This was definitely a good era for Space Wolves minis. I think he looks very solid. I'll probably put him just behind this librarian here. Next up, we have the Terminator Librarian, who just is available, I believe, only in the... What's it called? Why can't I think? The Grey Knights Combat Patrol, sorry. I'm going to put this guy. I think we may be missing a miniature. Give me just a second. Never mind, I found him. Okay, so where were we? Oh yes, this model with his bolter and staff combo, available only in the Grey Knights Combat Patrol these days. I think this model is quite solid. Not quite as overly detailed as some of the earlier Terminator Librarians are. I like the banner book is what I'll call it. We've got a tactile rock going on. Not sure about the purity seals on the cape. It's an interesting choice. Not one I would necessarily go for myself, though. We're definitely... Staff here is not quite as crazy as some of the other ones we've seen, even though it is a force staff. Definitely feels a bit sad to have that go away, on this model at least. Pose is just okay. Overall, just okay. Probably not much of an upgrade to the one who preceded him, which is why he's going to be ranked lower than him. Right here. He's still a solid model, but I prefer this guy. Next up, we have Termiel or Termile, whatever you want to say, of the Dark Angels. This guy was, of course, in Dark Vengeance. I think this guy does the job quite well. Could definitely make a pretty interesting Ezekiel out of this guy, I'm certain. I like the casting a spell pose, of course. He looks very focused, almost evil in his facial expressions. And his Force Sword is nice and upright. Probably not my all-time favorite model, out of the Librarians at least, but he's very solid in my opinion. Maybe I would have not gone with the sword like this. Maybe I would have gone down to the side, something like that, maybe. Just to make the pose look a little bit more open, but again, I think it's a solid model, just not the absolute best. I'll be putting him just behind Tigurius here. Next up, we have the Blood Angels Terminator Librarian. So this guy feels like just a refinement on the Terminator Librarian we were just looking at. Some more details, lots of little blood drops. 4 sacks going on. They've kind of drifted away from doing the crazy designs. This one is far more strict and regimented. Like the double-headed axe, that's a nice bit of continuity with Calistarius. Book Banner is looking very small here, but it's better proportioned at the very least. I like the Combi Melta. I think it's a solid look. Even if it is a little strange how the muzzle of the bolter just dissolves into the muzzle of the Melta. I like the scripture here on his leg, and I like the big power cable connecting to his force axe. I'll be giving this guy probably just behind this guy. I still like him more. Next up, we have, what is this guy named? Varys, a special edition Terminator librarian. This guy was just, he was one of the last of the old type Terminators to be released. I believe he actually did come out in 9th edition, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry. So this guy, I think the pose is quite solid. Looks like he's calling down the magic. Also, we see the wrist-mounted bolter here being co-opted from the Grey Knights to the Librarians. Armor's looking a little plain, aside from the tabard with everything. Overall, I think this model is quite solid, though he is superseded by his younger version, which is definitely a better model. Though I do quite like this guy. I think the pose is very solid. I'll be giving him A tier, personally. Next up, we move on to the Primarchs librarian, who I think is quite a solid model, very effective. He's doing the sort of pondering walk forward while casting a spell, which again I think fits very well. Where is this guy? There he is. Primarchs librarian. I think the pose is pretty solid. It's nothing outstanding. Very similar to Severin Loth, if I'm being honest. I think the psychic hood and general accoutrements look quite nice. I think the face also looks quite solid. This guy does include a helmet, which is pretty standard Mark 10 helmet. I like the locked book on his belt, and the double having the cloak and then the over sort of jacket, I guess I'll call it, I think is a nice look as well. Not the absolute best we've looked at, but probably just behind Severin up here. Next up, we have a personal favorite of mine, the Phobos librarian. This guy just looks awesome. Pose is fantastic. It's very, very in motion. It's a gesture drawing almost. The way he's placing his fingers against his head looks like he is using witch sight or something to see into the future, and in front of him, maybe enemies he can't see with his regular vision. The tubing, I think, is at a nice level of size. I love the overall cloak wrapped around everything, and the leather button-up, I guess you could call it, across his main torso. Actually makes it look like this guy could be very stealthy if he was wearing the right camo, which is something that I think more Phobos Marines should take into account. I like the sort of gas mask aesthetic of his half helmet, and his sword is bringing back that crazy design at the base and just looks very imposing in general. And of course, he's wearing gloves, which is always a cool look for Space Marines, and he's hooded under his psychic hood. Double hood action. Absolutely an S-tier model, no doubt in my mind. Next up, we have the most recent Tigurius of the Ultramarines. Pose, I think, is quite good. It looks like he's calling forth a lot of magic power with his staff. They didn't bring the wings back. However, I still think this staff looks more refined than his Terminator younger self. I quite like his psychic hood. It's touching back to the 90s design with the Librarian logo at its top. And this guy, again, uses the cloak and tabard aesthetic, which is very cool. I think that this guy is a very effective model. I've never been like the biggest Tigurius fan or anything, so the character doesn't do much for me, but I think the model itself is quite nice. Pose is great. Looks like he's calling forth power. Also, we got the crazy design on the force haft back. Haft of the force staff is what I should have said. Or handle, whatever you want to call it. Very solid. Also, he's got a back banner, and back banners are always cool. If a character has one, or can have one, they should. Great model. I'll be giving him probably just behind Calistarius, or Mephiston. Speaking of Mephiston, we have the new and improved Mephiston, leaning far more into the vampiric aesthetic. I think this guy is a masterclass model. Love the update to his plasma pistol. General Primaris plasma weapons just look fantastic. Viteris, his sword, is looking imposing as ever with more jagged spikes. His power pack is nice and unique now with the spikes going around the vents. Interestingly, his collar has gotten smaller, but it looks, in my opinion, a bit more prominent, maybe because of the swooping design, which isn't that dissimilar to the last one, but it's less, exaggerated, but somehow I think it works better. Face looks far more like a fallen hero, which you could definitely, consider Mephiston fallen, since he did fall to chaos. He did fall to chaos. What am I saying? Fell to the Black Rage and overcame it. And the people who knew him before that said that, when Mephiston came back, he was just a completely different person. Love the flowing cape. It's so cool. All the injectors of blood and the blood vial in general looks great. The waist skirt is what I'm going to call it. Looks very nice and flowy. Love the musculature design on his torso. And the book is also a nice touch. This Mephiston model is just fantastic and is easily getting an S tier. Do I like him more than the Phobos Librarian? I do. Next up, we have the Terminator Librarian from 10th edition. This guy looks fantastic. This is how you do runed armor. Take notes, Space Wolf Rune Priest. Obviously, it's got all these deep inset runes, a few nodes that look like they would, channel the psychic power. His psychic hood feels properly cavernous and like a hood. The wrist-mounted bolter is just a nice look and also kind of a cool attachment to the Grey Knights. And then you have, of course, a very solid-looking Force Axe. Even though I'm not the biggest Force Axe fan, I quite like this. I also like the way they did the chapter badge area, where they made it an inset part of the larger Terminator shoulder pad. This model just looks fantastic. Love the flowing, what can I think? Purity seals. The flowing purity seals look great. This model is just a masterclass overall, and is also, in my opinion, going up in S tier, even though he does lack a helmet. Anyways, that just about wraps up this video. Tell me what you thought down below, and I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody. My name is Spoons Rattling, and welcome to another tier list video. I hope you watched my video from yesterday. That was a big step in the right direction for the channel. And while I am planning on winding down on the tier list videos, I was actually working on another video in the same vein as yesterday, but for the Space Marines, but I realized that I actually hated the way the video was going to come out, so I kind of had to scrap that. And I was going to use some old footage for the Alpha Legion, about 10 months old, that never got published on the channel, but I want to save that for the video it was originally intended for. So we're going to do one of these little tier lists. Again, don't want to do these videos super often, but I just thought that we could do one in this desperate situation, one could say. Again, Chaos Sorcerers, nowhere near as many as any of the other characters we've mentioned, or covered, rather. And definitely one of the last one of these I plan to do. We'll probably do a Primarchs Lieutenant one just for the memes. And then we'll do just, maybe a big compilation video or something along those lines. But, again, I still plan to do tier lists, but I plan to not use this website anymore because these images are too small. Anyways, that's enough preamble. Let's get right into it with our first sorcerer. We're starting in 2nd edition and working our way through in chronological order with this guy right here. So this sorcerer looks kind of insane, to be honest, which again I think is fitting for 40k. I do like the dragon backpack. This is something that is pretty consistent across the various sorcerers of chaos. He's wearing pretty standard power armor. I do kind of like this helmet. It's just insane enough to work, in my opinion. I love the huge, tall spikes. And I like that they have some runes going on in the armor around here. The staff is actually pretty well proportioned. I think a lot of staffs from this era tend to be obnoxiously huge, but this seems about right, all things considered. Definitely a great miniature. Not my favorite one from this era, but we're starting off real strong. I think I'm going to give this guy an A tier. I really like him. I wish I grabbed him when he was on Made to Order, but hey, hindsight is 2020. Next up, we have our next 2nd edition sorcerer. Definitely not as high on this guy. He still has the dragon backpack going on, which I really like. He's wielding a Force Axe with a bit of a snake tongue going on, which is okay. His helmet is interesting. It feels very... it feels very caricaturized. Not as big a fan of this head crest. I think it's lacking a little bit of texture or something similar. Armor's not quite as fun. It definitely feels very proto-Thousand Suns. The Thousand Suns did exist at this time, but it was just kind of one Rubric Marine mini. But this head crest definitely has some lineage in the head crests of aspiring sorcerers of today. And this sort of... not exactly sure how to describe this style of trim. It's not quite as spiky, but more rounded. Definitely lives on in the Thousand Suns of today. Not as high on this model, though. It just doesn't really come together for me. I do enjoy second edition miniatures, but this guy is not one that I particularly care for. This guy, I think I'll be giving him a C tier personally. Next up, we have an absolute classic Chaos Sorcerer mini. This one is definitely the most famous of this trio for the main reason that he was in Dawn of War. He was the sorcerer in the Dawn of War games, 1 and 2. The only Dawn of War games, 1, 2, and their expansions. This was how the Chaos Sorcerer looked because this model was on sale for an obscene amount of time. And I think for good reason. I'm not sure if I like him more than the first guy we've looked at, but he definitely feels the most refined of all of them. The dragon-headed backpack is still here and still looking great. Head crest is, I'd say, pretty nice. It's nice and angular. The spikes from the Chaos Star are a nice little touch. I like this helmet. It's very unique. It's almost vulture-like in its shape. It's not quite as insane as the first one we looked at. I like the stuff hanging off of his robe. His sword looks shockingly like Dracnian. Abaddon's sword. These spikes on the side really remind me of that. I may be mistaking that with a different sword, but whatever. I think that overall, this model's pretty solid. I probably like the first guy we looked at a little more, but this guy is undeniably the most famous of the three. Maybe not. Maybe I'm insane, but I mean, I have so many hours in Dark Crusade, so I'm super familiar with all the stuff in that game, to the point where I've gotten sick of playing it. Can you imagine? But I'll give this guy a B tier. I like him more than him, but less than him. Next up, we have everyone's favorite botched big sorcerer, Ahriman of the Thousand Suns. All of the original Chaos characters, except for Lucius, looked really good, especially for the era they came out in. I think Ahriman just looks fantastic. I love the very ornate horns that go all around his head. Reminds me a little bit of Eliphas, also from Dawn of War. His 4 exhaust power pack is a nice touch. Something that it's kind of Primarch-like, honestly. I feel like a lot of the Primarchs in the Heresy miniature range definitely resemble these kind of power packs. It does. One thing to note is it looks like his bolt pistol is missing its magazine. I'm not entirely sure why. This model was obviously made to order and on sale for a while. That's most of these models, I think, actually are all very modern pictures, which is nice. We've had some miniatures that have had really grainy pictures. I think this guy, though, looks fantastic. I love the earrings, if you'll call them that. I guess they're not technically earrings, but that's what I'm going to call them. And his staff is nice. A little taller than the first guy we looked at, but I think that fits because Ahriman's a cool dude. And I do quite like the Thousand Suns aesthetic. I'm just going to admit that. So yeah, I think Ahriman is going to get an A tier. Just a great model, like most of the original Chaos characters. Karn, Nurgle, Karn, Typhus, and Ahriman look great. And then Lucius, I can never get over this. So Typhus, or first it was Ahriman and Karn, right? They were the first 2 specific characters released. Then a few years later, we got Typhus, and Lucius the Eternal came out in 2006. He was the youngest of them, and he was by far the worst looking. Thankfully, his update's really good, along with the rest of the Emperor's Children, who definitely need a video. I'm going to see if I can't get my hands on one of those new Emperor's Children to do a lore painting video. Next up, we have the aspiring sorcerer of the classic Rubric Marines, who is somewhere in here. There he is. So, this is what the old aspiring sorcerer for the Rubric Marines looked like. There's definitely some similarities to this model here. If you look at his dangly flag bit, it's almost exactly the same. It's this golden thing. It's got the 3 scrolls, and then it ends in the 3 prongs. See what I mean? Look here, and then look here. You can see it's very similar. But this guy, I think, is just a more refined version of that. I think this headdress looks fine, but it's a little confusing as to how this is like flowy and this is not. That probably could have used some delineation, unless the entire thing is supposed to be flowy. It could be warp magic for all we know, which is a totally valid excuse. I'm not going to say it isn't. But yeah, I quite like this model. I think this model, I didn't notice this until now, is actually just a modified version of this guy. This was a one-piece metal miniature from the Rubric Marines upgrade sprue. But yeah, there's just too many similar. This has to be just a repurposed version of him. New head, A slightly different backpack, I think, but the pose is the same. This weapon and head are really the only things that are different. I mean, that kind of shows what a different head and weapon can do for you. This model looks significantly better than this one, which, yeah, there's no way. Hold on, I need to show this off. Let me just shrink you down a little bit. So we've got this, and we've got, come here, and we've got this. Look at this. These are the same model. But this one just has a different head and different weapon. His bolt pistol's the same, his power pack's the same, the shoulder pads have the same his right shoulder pad's different. See? This has the skull. This one is mirrored from the other side now. But look here. Look at these two shapes here, and these two shapes here. Uh-huh. I never knew that. This is just a modified version of this model. Isn't that funny? Huh. Well, regardless, this guy does look significantly better. Again, a head and a weapon make all the difference, and a shoulder pad, I suppose. But yeah, even look here. The chain, it's right here. And of course, the eye in the middle, right there. Huh. Isn't that funny? Regardless, yeah, this guy looks significantly better. He'll be getting an A tier just behind Airman. Or no, I'm going to give him a B tier. Next up, we have Typhus. I've already sung the praises of this miniature. I'm quite a big fan of it. It feels very imposing and heavy. I much prefer that look for Death Guard compared to their more comical modern-day incarnation. I like that the Nurglings look like evil gremlins. Though I do like silly Nurglings. It's nice to see a little bit of menace in these little demons. I love the way the horns are growing out of his armor. And the tubules here for the Destroyer Plague, I want to say it's called. Destroyer Hive, something along those lines. Very, very well done. And his helmet looks great, and the pose is just magnifique. I need to get this model. When I do a Death Guard video for like lore and painting, it'll probably be on this guy. Yeah, love this model. Just fantastic. What a shame. S tier. Next up, we go quite a bit further. So here we ended off in 2003, and we're jumping forward to 2009 with another Nurgle sorcerer. Here he is. This guy is Necrosius the Undying. He was part of the Siege of Vrax miniature line from Forge World. Of course, being painted by the Forge World team, he's a little harder to delineate what's going on. Just these pictures aren't as high quality as the other ones. This guy leans into the overgrowing flesh. This arm and his other leg are just like flesh grown over his armor, which I think is a fine look. Pose is alright. Back banner is always a nice touch. I'm a big back banner fan. Also, he's got the cloven feet that Nurgle are very known for. Plague Marines, I should say. Couple of holes in his armor for flesh to poke through. This holster looks a little off place, but whatever. I actually quite like the corroding metal on his power pack. But this guy, to me, doesn't strike me much as a sorcerer, which, to be fair, Typhus doesn't either, but at least he's got the demons tagging along with him to add a little bit of that, and Typhus's model is just masterclass. Not the biggest fan of this guy. He's just a little plain, in my opinion. Necrosius the Undying is this guy's name, by the way. I'll probably put him down here, actually. Next up, also around the same time, we have the Chaos Sorcerer mini from 6th edition. So this guy was pretty much we went a very long time without a new Chaos Sorcerer. It was basically the guys from the 90s and then nothing until the late 2000s. This model, I think, is alright. He's got the robe going on, which I think is always a nice look. He's got a two-pronged sword at the tip. It's a demon blade, I believe. The bolt pistol here looks very sort of blocky and like spindly. Not the biggest fan of that. Pose is alright. Again, kind of a similar thing with Necrosius. Just not a lot going on here. He's got the book and the skull on a chain and the corrupted Librarius logo. But I think the model's alright. Just alright is where I would put him. Yeah. Not the biggest fan of this helmet. It's very... it kind of reminds me of like Squidward or maybe the old Surprised Patrick meme. You know, the one from the SpongeBob movie where he's looking at the... Where'd the road. Stop that, Patrick. I'm sorry, I had to. Yeah, this model's just fine, though, to put it simply. He's fine. And that's where I'd put him in B tier. Next up, on a far more positive note, we have one of my favorite Chaos Space Marine miniatures from around the same time. This is the dual build for the Chaos Lord and Terminator armor with his Sorcerer variant. So, this guy's got a lot of options, but the main thing I love here is this helmet. It's so cool. I always really liked T-visor helmets for Chaos Marines mainly. And the four-pronged... again, I always call it like guitar heads. I think is just a really cool look. The staff I think is well done. I like the bladed ends to it, and his pose is very good, alongside his cape being nice and flowy. I think this guy still fits in very well with the modern day Marines, even though his detail is a lot blockier and less fine than the modern Marines. I think he looks great. This face is a little silly, but I mean, I love this model. He's sitting on my shelf behind me. I'm looking at him. Though I did build him as a Lord, I used this helmet because this helmet's just way too cool. I'll be giving this guy an A tier. Next up, we're on to our first of the returned Primarchs with Magnus. This guy, of course, been kicking around the warp for a very long time. Came out. This guy just turned 11, if I'm not. No, he just turned 9. This guy came out in 2016. Magnus's model, to no surprise, is fantastic. I even don't mind the nipple horns. I think they look fine. He's got a few different head sculpts, which aren't all pictured, of course. The wings are just insanely ornate and fancy. Great place for painters to spread their wings. Pun not intended. I quite like his staff with the orb of fire sort of orbiting around its blade. I think that fits very, very well. And overall, I think this model is really solid. The armor's nice and ornate. It has a lot of the bird imagery you expect from Tzeentch. His pose is very nice. It's the offering pose, which I think works well for a character of his stature. Never noticed. That's actually kind of a smart little design detail. His arms are sort of different sizes, and also, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, I didn't notice that. Look, his arm here, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 4 fingers, and then you go over here, and he's got all 5. So that's interesting. I guess Tzeentch is, like the god of mutations, so I think that makes sense. And obviously there's a lot more like bone and feathers or things like that growing out of this arm. I never noticed his right arm is more mutated than his left. Small details that you should appreciate the model more. Yeah, Magnus is just a masterclass model. Not sure if I'd ever own him myself, mainly because I just, this model's beyond my skill level. I'm going to be real. Even though I love painting musculature, I'm just not sure I could do this justice. It's a fabulous model, no doubt. I don't think anyone's going to disagree with me that he belongs in S tier. Next up, we have the first of the Exalted Sorcerers, this guy being on a disc. This guy is from a 3-pack with a couple other sorcerers, and is very customizable, I'll admit. Though I will say this loadout is not one I particularly like. He's got a lot of arms going on. He's got 3 arms on his right side, very spindly little mortal-sized arms. Then on his left, he's got his normal arm. I do like this. This is kind of cool. The hand is like creating bullets to feed his bolt pistol. That's cool, I'll admit that. He's on a disc. This disc can actually be flipped upside down, if I'm not mistaken. And he's got the chained book, which I think is a cool look. Again, didn't mean for that to rhyme, but it did. Staff is simple but effective, I'd say. It's got the Tzeentch fire logo at the top, as you see there. And this model in general, I think, of course, very modern. I do enjoy the modern Thousand Suns, though I will say this guy's not my favorite. I just don't really dig this arm look. This whole kit isn't really my favorite, even though it's got so many bits. It's a great value box. But yeah, it doesn't do too much for me, like actual model-wise, unfortunately. I'll be giving this guy a B tier. That may seem low, but hey, it's my list. If you want to make your own, make it and tell me where you put that guy. Next up, we have the next of the Exalted Sorcerers. I'm going to move him here. This guy, I think, is a good bit better. We've got the bird right forearm, but you still got a shoulder pad. I do like that. Do like this power pack quite a lot. This pose is very cool. It looks like he's casting a spell. It almost looks like he's... How's the way to put this? can't remember his name. There's a guy in Street Fighter in Tekken 8 that does like a magic bow in this kind of pose. That's what it reminds me of. If anyone knows who I'm talking about, leave his name down below because I'm not going to look it up. But he's really cool. He goes like Eva Jerchi and sends people to the moon using magic. Anyways, we're getting really sidetracked. This model, out of the three, is definitely my favorite. This sort of build, because the torsos, or the bodies are the same. It's just like the arms and power packs you can change. I like this pose the most. I like the dangling scriptures, or whatever you want to call these things, looking like they're literally flying out to like peck and bite at people. I think that's very cool. The bird knee pad is a nice touch, and this power pack is just really, really cool. I feel like if I got this, I would want to turn these into like snake heads. I think that would make a good bit for my Alpha Legion. I love the double cape setup. I believe that is optional, but it looks fantastic, so why wouldn't you do it? Yeah, this model, big step up from the disc guy. I'll be giving him an A tier. Next up, we have the last of the Exalted Sorcerers, and I'm not a big fan of this guy. Big bird feet, nah. I think the arms look fine. I like the fancy power pack, or like large ridges going on around here. I hate this head. Bird head, it just looks weird to me. I like the staff with the spinning sort of gyroscope system in there, whatever that's for, who knows. This guy, this is slightly unfortunate, but it looks like he's passing gas to fly through the air. I feel like this pose needs something. Like, this needs to be like ascending into a demon prince or something. But yeah, this guy I think I like even less than our floating disc pal. I'll put him probably right here. Next up, we have, of course, keeping in line with the Airman line of miniatures, this guy is fabulous. Again, still keeps his earrings, very fancy. He still has the 6 horn setup, which is really cool. 4-pronged power pack just adds an extra bit of weight to the character. His staff, still simple, but very, very effective. I love the flowing waist cape. The little trinkets dangling off his belt, and the magic immaterium energy flowing through his hand is very cool. And he's kind of doing a similar pose to Magnus, where he's like, I've got my hand outstretched, and I'm going to shake your hand and curse you. Very fitting for Aramin, I'd say. The skull, the ram skull on his left shoulder pad, very nice. The level of filigree is just good in general. I think this guy, very, very solid. And his disc looks great. Like, this is how I want my discs of Tzeentch to look. So, very happy with how that came out. And you can also build him off of it, if I'm not mistaken, which is very, very good. Aramin, great miniature. Great. S tier. I think I actually might like him slightly more than I like Magnus. Next up, we have the Aspiring Sorcerer of the Plastic Rubric Marines from the same era. I love this kit. I just absolutely adore the Rubric Marines. So unsurprisingly, I really like this guy. His helmets, there's a few options, but this is the best one. Again, T-visor, really cool. The power pack with the bird heads is very, very solid. I love the stripe work. I know a lot of people really dread painting these guys. I found painting them in Alpha Legion colors actually not that bad. I love all the stripes going on. The dangling... Whoops, sorry, just my nippers fell off my table. I feel like this happens every video. The dangling scriptures, I think, is very solid. Pose is good. I like this hand with the eye going on. Who's that? Does that? Was it Datara? If I'm not mistaken. It's a mouth in that case, not an eye, but that's what comes to mind. Yeah, I think this guy's really solid. Definitely a step up from the classic Aspiring Sorcerer. Yeah, I quite like this model. I'll be giving him an A tier. Yeah. I hate Zangors. Mortarion is up next. Of course, probably the most self-loathing psyker there is. Sure, he hates psychic powers, but he does use them. And Mortarion's model is amazing. It's just amazing. The armor is so fancy and baroque. His wings are rotted to just the right amount while being nice. They're sort of a cross between dragon wings and insect wings, which makes sense. This guy is how I want my Nurgle, Marines to feel. For a Mortarion, it makes perfect sense. He just looks so dour and scary. Look at this face. It's insane. The lantern, his energy pistol, is very fancy. The whole vibe from Death Guard is very steampunky, I find. Lots of rivets. Not uncommon for Chaos Space Marines, but especially in their weapons. I notice a lot of it. I love the descending, plague smoke and the little Nurglings carrying his sensors. And this little guy down here, who's got oh my, I didn't even notice this. I thought he was holding up the icon. This is a little Nurgling sorcerer. Isn't that great? I'd want to put him on his own base, like I did with the Plague Marine champion. This model is just fantastic. Silence looks as insane as ever. The ribs on the back is great. The sawed tip alongside curved power blade is just great. Mortarion is definitely one of my favorite Death Guard minis, and I know it's kind of cheating. But, you'd be out of your mind to say this isn't a good miniature. If you say that, you're just lying. You're flat out lying. This is a fantastic miniature. Surprisingly lightweight, too. I remember I was at a tournament that I hated playing in. But I still enjoyed the pizza. Anyways, back on track. I played against Death Guard, and I asked, can I take a look at your Mortarion? He's like, yeah. Wonderfully painted. But I pick it up, and Mortarion, he's light as a feather. It's like you're holding nothing at all. I think he's completely hollow, which makes sense. If he was solid, he would weigh 3 pounds. But yeah, Mortarion, masterclass. Out of the Demon Primarchs, I think it's between him and Angron for number 1. Mortarion's a fantastic model. It's exactly what I like. It does strike a good balance of having the silliness and the creepiness, which is how I want my Death Guard. Speaking of Death Guard, we have the Malignant Plague Caster. Yipes. Talk about a come down. Really stumpy. This is not a staff. This is more of a wand. The mouth and the armor leading to a bunch of rolls of disgusting diseased flesh with maggots in the side. Fits Nurgle, but I just don't think it looks good. This stanky waft spell, which he's blowing out of his mouth, is something. It is something. He's got his toes hanging out. A little strange, in my opinion. This model's hideous. Yeah, it's hideous. It's undeniably, it's hideous. It's hideous, and I'm not going to say it isn't. Hideous. C tier. Next up, we have Typhus's mini reboot. So moving from Indomitus to Cataphracti, strike 1, obviously, huge downgrade. And Pose, another downgrade. I think this is the same pose Tigerius does. He's doing Tigerius' pose. Just isn't what I want from my Plagued Marines. This guy should look dour and intimidating. Him being jovial should be a fun counterpoint to his horrifying appearance. I just don't get that from this model. Not a big fan of all the destroyer flies coming out of the hive that is his body. But as far as I know, you can't leave those off, so if I ever get Typhus, which I highly doubt I will, I would leave those off. I'm not going to say it's a bad model, because I think it is well made, obviously. I think the detail's all very clean, but it's just a downgrade, in my opinion, from Classic Typhus, which is a shame, because I love Classic Typhus. I'll give him a B tier. I'll be generous and give him a B tier. Above Birdman. I don't like you. Here we have the newest generic Chaos Space Marine Sorcerer, and this guy I think is just fine. He doesn't have a helmet option, which is a shame. He does have the dragon backpack. I like that. The spile icon being cast is nice, and I do like his robes. I think I'm warming up to this model a little bit. Not really. I like the backpack, the spell in his hand, and that's kind of where it ends. the end of it is just the rest of it's just kind of whatever. He almost looks too, I don't know, normal, you know? His pose is just walking forward and casting a little icon of chaos, or Eye of Horus. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. I like the dragon backpack and the spell. That's about it. It's a shame, because Chaos Space Marines have probably one of the... No, they don't probably. They do have one of the best mini ranges in 40k. This guy, though, pretty weak outing. I'll be giving him probably a B tier, right around this guy. Next up, we have the Exalted... not Exalted Sorcerer. No. This is the... it's the guy who plays Yu-Gi-Oh! Infernal Master. This guy's pretty cool. Personally, if I had him, I'd probably cut off this headdress. Don't like that. Rest of the helmet, though, fantastic. Pose, great. He's, like, wiping through reality to call forth his little mini screamers, which also look great. Also, this is one of the most convincing floating effects GW's ever done. It genuinely took me a second to realize it's attached to the rock here. I'm like, where's this attached to? And I'm like, oh, right there. I love the stripes here. Reminds me of the Arizona State flag, actually. The one shoulder cape is always a pretty sick look, in my opinion. I like his staff. It's simple but effective. The burning braziers or burning soap on his back, I think looks really cool. It also fits the motion of the model very well. It looks like he's sweeping forward with his hand, because he is, and he's calling forth the infernal beings of the warp. Yeah, this model is just fantastic. I've loved him since he came out. Again, I would just get rid of this headdress going on, and this model would be perfect. But with that, I'll still give him an A tier. Probably right... Wait a minute, hold on. No, you're supposed to be up here. And then finally, we have the last of our sorcerers, and the only mortal sorcerer on this list. Unless you count Zangors, but Zangors suck! We have the Mind Slave, if I'm not mistaken, if that's not the name of it. I can't remember which. This is really good. From the Dark Commune, for Chaos Space Marines, of course. You've just got a great element of sort of body horror nonsense going on here. So you've got the head of this guy mounted to just an insane Sid from Toy Story type machine. His brain is just bulging out of his skull, and the rest of his body has presumably been removed for more power. He's got a crazy-looking horn jutting out of his head. He's got a bunch of things injected into him. And then you got the poor sod who has to carry this thing around. He's wired into him, presumably, I'm not sure what one of them is blood, obviously. What the other is, who knows? Human juice. So this being pumped full of human juice. I like the candles everywhere. It adds into that, again, horror 40k aesthetic. This is one of the more 40k models ever. It's the exact right balance of insanity and surrealness. Because it is just absurd in the right level to be perfectly insane. Yeah, what a great model, right? I mean, is there anyone who doesn't like the Dark Commune? It's a great selection of models in general. I really like those Blessed Blades. They remind me of the Witch King of Angmar. Anyways, let's rank this guy, and then we're out of here. I'll be giving this guy probably an A tier, probably at the very bottom of A tier. I do quite like him, but I just like some of the others more. Sorcerers, pretty even spread, all things considered. I've been Spoons Rattling. I hope you enjoyed this video. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye. Hello everybody, my name is Spoons Rattling. Welcome to another tier list video. Today we're doing, of course, everyone's favorite meme, the Space Marine Lieutenants. Now you will note I did not say Primarchs Lieutenant, because there is exactly one model that falls into the banner of Lieutenant that is not explicitly Primarchs. Of course, some of these models could pull double duty, especially the one we'll cover later. But let's get into it. First up, from I believe about 2003, we have a Black Templars character, and this is Draco. So this guy was a Castil... Oh, and hold on, side note. Again, I got these pictures from the Lexicanum. I think this image might have been passed through an AI upscaler. I may be completely off my rocker, but I think, look at some of this stuff. It just looks a little off. I did not do that.
And I think the Lexicanum should really tighten their grip on that. I've seen this a few times, more egregious on others, but I just wanted to point that out. Overall, I think this model is fine. Draco was a minor character. He was studied by quite a few people, like Tor Garadon studied him, but his ultimate fate is unknown. But we do know that it ended with him being declared excommunicate traitoris. So he apparently went traitor in some regard. Unusual for a Black Templar, but I think that the model, though, I think is fine. This magazine is kind of comically long, but I actually don't mind it. I think it could have used the grooves we tend to see on Bolter magazines, but that's about it. The pose is okay. I think this model's all right. His head dress is kind of hard to see what's going on here, but I think it's a fine look, personally. I'll be giving him a... I'll give him a A. It's probably going to be the bottom of A, though. Next up, we're on to the 2 lieutenants from Dark Imperium, where where lieutenants really came back into their own. After Gilliman woke up, he reformatted how the Codex Astartes chapters work and brought back the rank of lieutenant that had been defunct for a very long time. I assume you all know what a lieutenant does, but they're effectively second in commands to a captain. In each company of the chapter, there's 2 lieutenants usually. Anyways, this guy up first, we've got with a auto bolt rifle and bolt pistol. We know lieutenants aren't going to be super up-dressed in terms of like fanciness, so that's whatever. I think this guy is just okay. He's lacking a little something, maybe a little bit of a tassel going on, or his weapons maybe could have used some emblazoned text or something. Like embossed Imperium or something like that, or Ultramar. Or not Ultramar, that's chapter specific. And remember, they haven't done that since Dark Imperium. Was it Dark Imperium? No, Dark Vengeance. That's the word I was looking for. Sorry guys, I've got a bit of a headache today. That's part of the reason we're doing this video. But I think this guy is lacking a little something. Also, he is helmetless, and I don't like his helmetless head. I think it looks rather off. He just looks a little too plain, in my opinion. Not that I need my lieutenants to look insane, but just a little something to show off that he's not just an intercessor sergeant would be nice. I think he's a fine model aside from that, though. I'll be giving him probably a C tier, though, on the grand scheme of things. Here we have our first very archetypal lieutenant. This guy came in the same box as him. This guy, I think, pulls off the look a little bit better, mainly because of his fancy greaves, would that be called? And also the purity seal, while not exclusive to lieutenants, does just add a little bit of extra character to this model. I think the pose is nice and solid. It's very much like... not exactly sure how to describe this pose, but something you would see on like a poster or something of the like. I think this guy is like probably the perfect example of a mid-tier. He's not bad, he's not exceptional, but he fits the role and general archetype of a lieutenant fairly well. And I always like power swords. I think they look very cool. I'm going to be giving this guy a B tier, probably closer to the top of that, though. Next up, we have the Blood Angels Unique Lieutenant. He does have a name, Tolmaron, but he is just a generic lieutenant mold aside from that. I think this guy fits pretty well. He has just enough little bit of Blood Angels iconography to help him stand out because, let's be honest, most Blood Angels, even though they are, they're artisans and stuff, they're not all wearing super ornate armor. So the couple little reliquaries around the blood drop on his chest, on his shoulder pad. I think the pose is very solid. He's charging forward. I really like his. It's almost like a power cutlass. Just the guard here reminds me of that. I know that there's more to a cutlass than its hand guard, but it's just what comes to mind. I really like the pose. Very cool. Power sword I really like. I like his little, not an iron halo, but I think actually isn't an iron halo. Whatever. The little decoration on his backpack is very nice, and also another way to sneak in another blood drop. Obviously, paint scheme is, it's Blood Angels, but I always really like these gold helmets that Blood Angels Command wears. And I think it's a shame that a lot of Blood Angels characters are often in, like, all gold armor, because just the gold helmet looks really cool, in my opinion. Overall, I think this model's pretty solid. Probably going to put this guy up in A tier ahead of Draco, just because I like the pose a lot more. He feels very much like a leader character should. Next up, we have the Dark Angels Lieutenant. This guy also has a name, that being Zachariah. He did include a helmet option. Pose is a little more generic, not quite as action-packed. He's on a tactical rock. Again, the robes are very nice. That's always a great way to delineate a Dark Angel's character of importance. Also, the feather on his plasma pistol is always a cool callback. This is a very interesting design trait that we don't see. There was definitely a lot of feathers in early Dark Angels stuff. I believe they were... I don't remember the exact reason. It's been a long time since I've flipped through Codex Angels of Death. But I think this plasma pistol looks pretty nice. It's nice and round, which is how I like my plasma pistols. Power Sword's looking a little plain. Tolmaron has him beat there by a pretty wide margin. Yeah, this guy's definitely a marked step down from Tolmaron. I think he looks much better. But I still think this guy's pretty solid. I'll probably be giving him a B tier, though, which is strange. I like Dark Angels, but he's just, he's just fine. He doesn't quite do it for me. I'm not exactly sure why, but I just like the other guy more. Here we have the generic lieutenant that's still on sale today. Pose is not as strong as Tolmaron's, once again. I think it's a fine pose. It's just a little static, unfortunately. I like the laurels on the helmet. That's a nice way to delineate that this is a chapter command model. The little extra details all around definitely do help with that. This looks like a rosary from a chaplain. But I think that's also a nice little touch. Not the greatest model in the world. It's completely plain. That's the only thing with it. He's definitely going to be more middle of the pack. A lot of the other lieutenants just have more character going on, which I think is fine. He is generic, but I think I just slightly prefer the pose on this guy more. Next up, we have one of the limited edition lieutenants. There was quite a few of them in the first year of lieutenants. This guy I think is actually pretty nice. The pose feels very dour and serious. He's taking off part of his helmet, which I never had thought about it before, but it makes sense that the Space Marines helmets would be modular, because sometimes we see them wearing half helmets. Makes more sense to just have part of it be removable than have to forge entirely new half helmets. I like the pose. It feels very much like he's in the middle of a fight. I think the face looks nice. Service stud's always a good touch. The bolter shell relic, I can't remember the exact name of these, but is also, again, on the rope. Nice touch. I like this Aquila. It feels a lot more swooshy than usual. Not entirely sure why. This is exactly what you'd want on a bolter for your commanders. This nice extra bit of detail here. This is supposed to be a stalker, if I'm not mistaken, thanks to the big scope and straight magazine. I quite like this guy. I think he's pretty solid. I'll be giving him I'm actually going to give him an A tier. I really like him. I'll put him ahead of Draco. Yeah. Next up, we've got another limited edition lieutenant from the same time period. This guy, not quite as high on as the last one. He feels a little bit more dressy than the last lieutenant we looked at. Pose is fine. Again, it's going more for like the posing for a painting look. This purity seal is weirdly done. It's like glued to his arm. It should look a bit more flowy in my opinion. Reliquary dotted here is nice. Iron halo's nice and ornate. Face, fine. It looks like an older Space Marine. Probably would have given him 3 service studs rather than 2, but I didn't design the model. Power Sword looks fine, just completely plain, nothing special. Yeah, just okay. Not the biggest fan of this kind of pose in general. It just doesn't quite fit in when I like most of my models to be running aggressively. Mainly for Space Marines. I don't mind this kind of pose for like Imperial Guard commanders, but for Space Marines I like my captains in motion and things like that. Or any commander, really. This guy I'll be giving a B tier, personally. Next up, this guy is labeled a named lieutenant, but I believe this is just pieces from the Ultramarines Primaris upgrade sprue put onto a Primaris intercessor body. But maybe I'm mistaken, and this guy's parts were just repurposed for that pack. I think he's fine. The Friar Tuck kind of haircut is not for me personally. I think his sword actually looks pretty cool, but the rest of him is just too plain. Again, he could use something just to add in. He needs like a reliquary or two, just to add some extra character. This guy's pretty weak. I'm going to be giving him a C tier. Next up, we have the Space Wolves Battle Leader, the Space Wolves equivalent of a lieutenant. Quite like this guy, actually. I think he strikes a nice balance of wolf detail and space marine detail. It's not full-on, Iron Priest ridiculousness, but it still does retain the wolfy things like wolf pelts, the talismans, things like that. I also like that his hair isn't completely insane. I'm actually someone who really likes humongous hair, like in character design, like Super Saiyan 3 Goku, Beast Gohan, Super Saiyan 4 Goku, both versions. I love big hair, but I just don't think it suits Space Marines super well. Since they're going for a slightly more realistic look, I prefer the hair to be more like this, which looks like it could feasibly fit into a helmet. And also his head's just better proportioned. I quite like the pose, too. I like that he's one-handing his bolter and just running at him with a power axe. It's very Space Wolf-esque. I also like the slightly extended foregrip. That's a little thing, but it's nice. It adds a little bit more aggressiveness to it. It makes it feel more like almost like what's the weapon I'm thinking of? Like a C-36? G-36? No, what is it? It was in Black Ops 2. I can't remember the name of it right now. Regardless, I think this guy's actually really, really solid. Big belt buckle, classic Space Wolves type thing. Yeah, I think this guy's great. Not the most insane wolf details, but that's kind of how I prefer my Space Wolves, except for wolf priests. Yeah, I'll be giving this guy probably an A tier. I'm going to put him behind Tolmaron because I just really like this model. I'm not even exactly sure why, but I just do. Next up, we have the Vanguard Lieutenant. And this guy I actually like quite a lot. He kind of reminds me of almost like a Autarch in a way. Because if you look at him, he has all the pieces of kit you associate with the other Phobos units. He's got the paired combat blades in the helmet from Incursors. He's got the grav shoot of the Reavers, and then his bolters more akin to the Oculus bolters that the infiltrators use. Sorry, I forgot the word for a moment. I think this guy works quite well. For Vanguard Lieutenants, it's nice to have still little details and relics on them, but this guy does look a bit more practical and slimmed down, which I quite like. I think this guy pulls off the Incursor helmet pretty well. I think the extra scopes and things really adds to it. And of course, having a grav shoot is always cool. I think that adds an extra bit of aggressiveness to the model. His pose is solid enough. It's not the craziest, but it's not super weak like some of the other ones we've looked at. Yeah, I think this guy looks really, really solid. I'm going to be giving him probably an A tier, just behind Draco. Next up, we have this guy, who I consider the single worst unit in Warhammer 40,000. Even though I think Reavers are a pretty solid unit, I think this guy is just abominable. Model-wise, I think it's fine. I think he's fine. I like the smoke grenade being popped. I like the pose. Okay, I'm being harsh because I hate the unit, but I like the model. The bionic eye is very cool. Again, reminds me of Kopaka from Bionicle. Special issue bolt pistols, I think, are pretty cool. They kind of remind me of almost like Uzis in a way. Like I feel like they'd be like rapid fire burst pistols rather than the rather slower firing other ones. Even though I'm not super well versed on the specifics of the special issue bolt pistol. Just humongous knife, which is very cool. But this is the issue back here. You notice he has no grav shoot on. None. Not a zilch. No grav shoot. Also, you can't. It's not as easy for this guy to have a helmet because his helmet is molded onto his belts right there. But yeah, I do like this guy. I do like his model, but just use him as a Phobos lieutenant if you're going to use him. I'll be giving him probably an A tier, just ahead of the last Vanguard. I was hating on him too much. Next up, we're on to 9th edition with the launch of Indominus, and we have a model much loved. If I can find him, there he is. This guy, of course, came out in Indominus, as well as the starter sets, which many, myself included, used to really get back into the hobby. I think this guy's really, really cool. It gets the right balance of extra ornate armor while not being full-on captain-like. Storm shields are always a great look. The Neo Volkite, I think, actually looks really cool. It makes me wish I didn't butcher that thing with paint. But, you know, he was one of my first Space Marines I ever painted. I think the tabard adds a nice extra bit of knightly aesthetic alongside the knight-style helmet. The giant iron halo is very cool, of course. I like the tilting shield as well, something that would become pretty standard for lieutenants from this point forward. I like the couple of reliquaries that he's got going on here, and his power sword in its scabbard is a nice change of pace, and the pose is very cool. It reminds me of doing like a gun strike in Space Marine 2. That's just what immediately comes to mind. I really like this model. I think a lot of people do. I'll be giving him an S tier. I really, really like him. Next up, we have a limited edition variant of that guy, who I believe was event exclusive. Very similar. Like, almost everything here is the same. Main difference. Different tilting shield. This one's a little bit more molded rather than just plain. And his reliquary is different. Aside from that, these models use the same war gear. Storm shield's cool. I think this guy does include a helmet option, but I'm not entirely sure. Iron Halo is also just ever so slightly different. I think this guy's fine. Pose, I honestly think, isn't quite as strong. Again, it feels more like he's posing for a painting or like after battle rather than in the midst. Solid design still, because it's just the other lieutenant we just looked at, just slightly rejigged, if you will. Kind of like that sorcerer we looked at in the last video, or 2 videos ago, where it was just the same thing with a different head. If you haven't seen that, go watch it. You'll see what I'm talking about. A very solid model, though. I'll probably be giving him an A tier. I do think the pose and overall aesthetic is going down a little bit. I'll put him here. Next up, we have the Black Templars Castellan. I don't think I mentioned that, but Castellans are the Black Templars equivalent to lieutenants, not librarians. Same way marshals are their equivalent of a captain. This guy is a personal favorite of mine. This guy is directly based on the 3rd edition cover art, where there's a Black Templar doing this exact pose with this war gear on. I love this model. Interestingly, not the most like complete direct Black Templars references. It's mainly just like here. That's the big one, and obviously he's painted Black Templars, but we don't have to do that. I might get one of these guys myself. I like his combi flamer. It's definitely a way different style than we usually see, but it almost feels more practical doing it like this. It reminds me of like a master key you'd see on a breaching weapon from today. Power axe, I think, is really cool. I always like this kind of exaggerated. It's almost halberd-like in its shape. Just the haft is, of course, a fraction of the size. I just love this model. I love it. Easy S tier in my opinion. Easy S tier. Next up, we have the multi-part lieutenant. This guy is pretty solid in my opinion. He's got a lot of customization options. He's got sword, power fist. I think he comes with a chain sword too. He's got bolter, plasma pistol as well. This plasma pistol looks really sharp, I will add. The pose, I think, is quite solid. It's nice and easy to change, just ever so slightly. Swap the head way it's looking on weapons, and it looks different enough. Nice level of fancy details to separate him from his squads. You know, reliquary on the shoulder pad here. Tilting plate is a great way to add that. Tay Rouges going on here, I think, are fine. I think this model's just fine. I'm not going to put him super high, but I'm probably going to put him around Draco. Next up, we have another just fantastic model. I don't think anyone's going to deny that. Where are you, pal? He is sneaky. I couldn't find him for a minute. This guy, who I painted in my video yesterday. If you haven't seen that video, go check it out, please. I'd much appreciate it. This model is kick-ass, to put it frankly. While usually I don't always like having specific enemies on the base, given the fact that his entire right arm is covered in like Tyrannid chitin that he's taken, it makes perfect sense. The just panoply or array of daggers he's got going is awesome. His combi flamer is nice and beefy. I really like it. The grenades on his chest are nice and varied. He's got a crack, frag, and I think that this one here is like a smoke grenade. The Tyrannid Talon hanging off his belt is just a great little relic, or a trophy, if you will. The blood dripping off of his dagger is really awesome. The pose is great. I even really like this head with the scarring going on. He looks really determined. Yeah, I just love this model. I think he's fantastic. Easily S tier. Do I like him more than Castellan? Yeah, I'll say so. Next up, we have everybody's favorite Space Marine, Lieutenant Titus, from the little board game he came out in. I think this model's pretty solid. I like his chain sword. It feels a little unique to have a lieutenant that isn't just whipping around a power sword like usual. The pose, I think, is nice and agile. He's got a heavy bolt pistol, which is cool. Like that they gave him the chains. Of course, he kept those on from his service in the Inquisition. The Ultramarines details are great. His Aquila is really cool. On his knee pad as well, you've got the logo of Ultramar. I think this tabard could have been posed a little better, but overall I like this model. I think his head's quite solid too. I think his eyes are maybe a little small, but it's not the end of the world. From a distance, it looks like Titus, which is what it should look like. Yeah, I like this model. I think that's not the most common opinion, but I built him. I have him in my collection. I quite like this model. But still, he's probably going to be closer to like here than the others. Anyways, that wraps up our selection of lieutenants. I hope you all enjoyed this video. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye. Hello everybody, my name is Spoons Rattling. Welcome to another tier list video where we are covering all of the captains that have been released for Warhammer 40k, or at the very least most of them. I'm certain there's some that I didn't include. I also didn't duplicate characters to the best of my knowledge, so we don't have 3 Marneus Calgars, we just have the 1 Marneus Calgar. I think I forgot a couple of them. For example, I can already see there's 2 Helbrechts, but we'll just leave it at that. This is just a fun little video, nothing too major. This does span the entire history of the game, from Rogue Trader to 10th edition. So let's get into it. Starting off, we have this guy, who is a captain from the 2nd edition of 40k, and is one of the more, sort of iconic captains, I'd say. His pose has been redone the most of almost any miniature, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, for good reason. He's a great pose. He's got his power fist, his bolter with a stock on it, very rare. And he's just in a very, commanding pose. He's firing off and probably calling the troops forward. Exactly what you want in a captain, right? I think this guy looks fantastic, and he's a model I've wanted for a very long time, though finding models like this can be very hard. He's definitely one I plan to get eventually. This guy, though, will definitely be getting an A tier. He would probably get higher, but the fact that he's been redone multiple times means that I'd usually just put those versions of him above the others. Next up, we have the Dark Angel's Dark Angel's Company Master, also from 2nd edition, another pretty famous miniature that's been redone one time. I do quite like the Dark Angels with the big arched feather ridges on their helmets. This guy's wearing very fancy armor. I like his big sword. He is supposed to be wearing a power pack with a cape, but this was still in the mail order days where they didn't always show, they just showed the models, not what they recommend you use to complete it. But overall, I think this guy is very cool. His big, beefy sword is great look. His pose is very imposing and commanding, as you'd expect for a captain. This guy will also easily be getting an A tier. Love this guy. Next up, we have, what's his name? Kasan Sabius of the Red Scorpions, one of their 2 current chapter masters. After Carib Colon got a hole blown in his chest and got turned into Dreadnought, him and another one, so the Red Scorpions, interestingly, have 2 chapter masters, where, of course, most have just the one, usually. This model's very cool. I like the way he's resting his sword on his shoulder pad and having his bolt pistol outreached. This guy's relatively modern. I think he came out in about 2017 as a duo kit in Forge World resin. I think he looks very cool. I love the flowy cape. There's a lot of nice details on him, and it's a classic loadout. Power sword and bolt pistol is a great look. I'm also going to be giving this guy a pretty solid A tier as well. Next up, we have the Captain of the Arsenal, or the Master of the Arsenal, which is the title for certain chapters, Captains of the Second Company. That was a mouthful. So this guy came in a pack of 4 with the Masters of the Chapter. You can see there's 3 of them here. I'm not sure where the last one is. But he acts as, yes, Captain of the Second Company, and presumably takes a part in managing the chapter's weapons and armor, given his title. I think this model's pretty cool. Not the most captain-like. I think he would fit in quite well with Blade Guard veterans, for example, which definitely does knock it down a few points, but I think he's still a great model. He's very cool, just not very captain-like, so I'll be giving him a B tier. Next up, we have the Captain of the Watch, if I'm not mistaken, or the Captain of the Fourth Company, in certain chapters. Actually, I just pulled it up because I was confused because there's 4 of these guys. This is the Master of the Fleet, and is the Captain of the Fourth Company, as you can see by his green shoulder pads in Codex compliant chapters. And they, of course, would handle things to do with the fleet. And this is actually the Master of the Watch, who is the Captain of the Second Company. And this guy, very similar thing going on, though I think he does pull off a slightly more captain look, or maybe a lieutenant type of feel. I like his big thunder hammer. It's very simple but very ornate, which is always a nice look. And this guy I'm going to be ranking with his brother over in B tier. Next, we have the Master of Recruits. This guy's pretty simple. He is the Captain of the 10th Company and oversees the recruitment of new recruits to the chapter. Of course, because they would then become scouts. I think that this guy is pretty interesting. He's just got a power sword bolter loadout, which is pretty standard. His armor's a little light on the decoration, which I think fits for the 10th Company. But this guy to me feels more like just a veteran Space Marine than any of his contemporaries. So I will be giving this guy a C tier, unfortunately. Next up, we have the Company Master, who was a mid-2000s refresh of this guy. As you can see by the similar pose, the big headdress, and even his back banner. This guy is very cool. The Company Masters don't use this look very often anymore, but they used to have these big draping cloaks over their left arm, which is just a really cool look. This guy's one of my favorite models to ever exist, and he only went out off sale a couple of years ago, and I regret not picking him up. But this guy's very, very cool. You can't see it in this picture, unfortunately. I don't know why I had them crop the images, but such is the way of the website. But he is on a comically small base. A lot of these guys are. But I'm definitely going to give this guy an S tier. He's just so cool, and I love back banners. So, next up, we have the other chapter master of the Red Scorpions, who is... Oh, what's his name? I actually forgot his name. Regardless, this guy was an ancient for the Red Scorpions before Carib went and got himself too injured to continue. This is Saray Kerrigan. So this guy was an ancient, one of the most respected members in any chapter, of course. And after Carib went and got himself interred in a dreadnought, he and Kassan ended up taking up the mantle of chapter master in a sort of dual role. I think he looks fine, but he's not very captain-like. He's an ancient, and that's what he looks like, which is fine. He's a great model. But he just doesn't really feel like a captain very much. So as a captain model goes, I'm going to give him a C tier as well. Next up, we have Ragnar, Blackmane of the Space Wolves. Now, I'm not the biggest Space Wolf fan, but even I can admit Ragnar's model looks very cool. Very imposing, he's leaping forward to slash his enemies apart. And he's jumping off a big rock, which is very fitting for the Space Wolves. Of course, this guy's sort of in a mirror set with Ghazghkull Thraka. After all, Ragnar is the reason Ghazghkull is as big as he is now. And I think, I think Ragnar looks very solid. I'm going to be giving him a B tier, a high B tier, though. Next up, we have the White Scars Khan on bike. This model always looked terrible. It went off sale a long time ago, and is very ugly. Next up, we have Corsaro Khan, who's a very cool, he's captain of the third company of the White Scars. And this model looks pretty good. He's charging forward, screaming bloody murder. Actually, I don't think he's screaming, but he's got a determined look on his face with his big sword in hand to carve through the enemies of the Emperor. I think this model looks pretty solid. Not the most captain-like, but I think that fits for Corsaro. He's wanting to go take the head of presumably some Tau warlord. After the Peruvian conflict. Pravian, not Peruvian. They were not fighting in Peru. So Crisaro, I think, pretty solid model. Not much to say about him. He's got a nice fur cloak and a solid stance. I'm going to be giving him a B tier, right behind Ragnar. Next up, we have the Captain in Gravis armor. Now, this guy is a model that's been redone quite a lot for how short of a lifespan he's existed, but I think this model is just fantastic. He has a very lordly look to him. He looks almost like he would be posing for a painting of himself. But he just feels so large and in charge. The giant bolt rifle, the hand on the power sword, the sort of turned stance, the cloak over his shoulder. Just an awesome looking model. I'm always happy to see this guy on the other side of the board just because he looks so cool. I'll definitely be giving this guy an A tier, right around these guys. Next up, we have Azrael. I am including the Chapter Masters just because why not? Azrael is, of course, Supreme Grandmaster of the Dark Angels, and his model's fantastic. He just looks so cool. He's pointing his sword forward in the charge, and he's got his little Watcher in the Dark with him, with his awesome lion helm. This guy, though, is so cool. And his back banner. He still has his back banner. That's how you know he's perfect. This guy's easily getting an S tier. Next up, we have the Brother Captain for the Grey Knights. Now, the Grey Knights don't have traditional captains. Brother Captains are technically somewhere between a sergeant and a captain, but whatever. He's got captain in the name. He's getting included. Model is pretty old, unfortunately. He looks a little strange, like he's about to fall backwards. Not a big fan of this guy, which is a shame, because most Grey Knight models tend to stand up to the test of time quite well. I'll be giving this guy probably a low B. I'm going to give him a C tier, probably. Next up, we have the Death Watch Master. What a mouthful. He's not, keeping time or anything, but... so this guy's model, I think, is fine. He's a rather aged and wizened-looking Space Marine, which I think fits for a Watch Captain. He's equipped with a Guardian Spear of Custodes fame, though I think it is like a modified, not quite as nasty version of a Guardian Spear. But that does give him his own look, because spears are not the most common weapon used by the Space Marines, especially not in the modern 40k setting. Aside from that, he's got some nice ornamentation going on. This guy, though, I think is pretty solid. He's nothing too special. His pose is a little boring, but I think he still fits quite well. I'll be giving him a B tier right alongside Corsaro Khan. Next up, we have the Captain in Phobos armor, or Captain Akaran if you're playing Space Marine. I think this guy is totally fine. He's got a very commanding pose. He looks like, he's commanding someone. I like his floating servo skull screen, because servo skulls are awesome. And his suppressed bolt rifle is just a cool look. It always is. His cape is nice and subdued, and I like the way that it has the clasps on it, almost as if he can tie it up when he needs to be extra stealthy, because obviously, being a Phobos captain, he excels in stealth situations. This guy, though, very solid model, in my opinion. I will be giving him a B tier as well, just behind Corsaro Khan. Next up, we have the reimagining of the 90s captain and Captain Sentos, who was a gift with purchase when Warhammer opened its 100th store in the United States back in 2016. This model is just a more refined version of the one from the 90s and is awesome. He still has the bolter with a stock on it, and he's doing the same pose. It's very, very cool. There's something about it that just feels very right for a Space Marine. This guy, though, definitely getting an S tier. I'm going to see if I can't get this guy. I actually saw a good listing on eBay, but I've got to wait a little bit before I can buy it, and hopefully it'll still be there. Now that I've said that, I'm sure someone will go and buy it. Next up, we have Karab Colon, the guy I keep talking about getting put in a dreadnought. This is, of course, before he got put in a dreadnought. He was the chapter master of the Red Scorpions, who took place in a few conflicts across 40k. The Red Scorpions were sort of the one of the pet projects of Forge World, where they were made, and really fleshed out by the Forge World team. Most of their models were Forge World resin, or I think all of their models were Forge World resin. But I think Karab, though, is a totally fine model. Compared to his successors, it's a little on the boring side, in my opinion. He's just pretty standard Terminator Captain affair. His armor is very ornate, don't get me wrong, but it's just a little on the plain side, which does make sense as he is a little on the older side, coming out in 2006, so he's very old. But I think he looks fine. He just doesn't stand out the most, so I'll be giving him a B tier. He is in Terminator armor, which I do like, even when it is the stumpier proto to modern Terminator armor, and I'll be giving him a B tier. Probably right around, honestly, probably at the bottom of B tier, if I'm going to be real. Next up, we have Grandmaster Voldus of the Grey Knights. This model is totally fine. I like Grey Knights. I think this model gets the look across quite well. He doesn't have a helmet, which hurts because that's the coolest part of Grey Knight's armor is their helmet. Big Thunderhammer is always a cool look, and the wrist-mounted combi bolter is very solid. He looks fine. Out of the Grey Knights, he's one of the more forgettable models, in my opinion. I often get him confused with Drago, just because, well, they're both men with beards in Terminator armor wearing weird brown hoods. Hopefully Drago gets a new model that's a little more interesting to help Voldus not just be in the shadow of that weirdo known as Caldor Drago. This guy, though, I'm just going to give him a C tier. I'm not the biggest Valdor fan. Next up, we have the other Gravis Captain. This guy is a multi-part kit, which means he can be equipped with a variety of loadouts, all akimbo melee, of course, which I think is actually a pretty cool look that you don't see on Space Marines too often. It allows him to really just look like a whirlwind of destruction barreling through enemies. Pose-wise, I think it's quite solid. He does have a tactical rock, everyone's favorite. He's pointing his auto bolt storm gauntlet forward, and it looks very much like he's in motion. About to spray some dude down with a bunch of bolt shells. I think this model's pretty solid. In terms of like raw pose and energy, the other Gravis Captain's better, but as a model, I think this guy does just as well, and having the options is very nice. I like his chainsword. It's very big. It's almost like an executioner. I'll be giving this guy an A tier, personally. Next up, we have the Captain from Indomitus. This is a very much loved model, bringing in the knightly robed aesthetic back to the Primarchs Marines, which had been lacking for the couple of years they had been around. Of course, he has a giant skeleton mounted to his shield, which is just a cool look. He has 2 base options, which is a nice touch. A lot of the thematic bases you're kind of stuck with, but this guy, you don't have to have the Necron on his base if you don't want it. He has the lifted up helmet, which I think is a very cool look. Though he also has an option for it down. If I'm not mistaken, it's been 5 years since I've painted this guy or something like that. I quite like this model. I think most people do. He's easily getting an S tier. Next up, we have Captain Tycho of the 3rd Company of the Blood Angels, or I should say former, because he's dead. Tycho is a character that I overlooked and was always just a joke about, like, why is Tycho still in the Codex if he's dead? But honestly, it just makes me sad now, because Tycho is a really cool character. He was going to be Dante's successor, right? Dante was training him to take the place of Chapter Master, but unfortunately, after a rough run-in with the Orcs, he was left with a horrifying grin on part of his face, which made him very bitter, because, you know, the Blood Angels, they take a lot of pride in how they look. So Tycho being stuck with this horrible, like, Two-Face style grin, he changed. It very much changed. He put the mask on part of his face, and just over time he became more rash, more angry, more hard to deal with, to the point that, unsurprisingly, he gave in to the Black Rage and was sent to the Death Company. In the defense of Armageddon, he did go out with the Death Company, and did help in the defense of Hades' Hive, if I'm not mistaken. It might be a different hive, but I think it was Hades. And when they found his body among the hundreds of dead orcs, his face was at rest, finally. Its serene beauty restored, his rictus grin finally gone. It's just a wonderful story. I haven't read all the stories that involve Tycho, but he's just such a cool character. And it makes me sad we'll probably never see a new model for him, because his old model's merely okay. I think the proportions, since this guy came out in the 90s, his proportions are actually quite good. He's not as stout and squat as a lot of the Marines are. If you stretch his arms out, he's only a little lankier than you'd expect. And the giant combi melta looks pretty cool. He's got a back banner, very solid. And I think his face doesn't actually look that bad. I definitely want to get this model at some point, if not just to use as a regular captain. He'll definitely be getting a B tier, though. It's about as high as I can put him. just because this model is very old, and he's mostly being carried by how cool of a character he is. Next up, we have Dante of the Blood Angels. This model, of course, came out probably 2 years earlier than it was supposed to. I kid. This guy was leaked, so he came out early, ahead of the other Sanguinary Guard and like the Sanguinor and things like that. Dante is a great model and a great character. I've never been the biggest fan of the death mask things. I think it looked bad on the old Sanguinary Guard, old Dante, modern Dante, new Sanguinary Guard, and I think it only looks okay on the new Sanguinor. But the rest of the armor is quite cool. It's very ornate, fitting for a man of Dante's caliber. As much as he wants to die, of course, he is still robed in the best equipment known to man. And I think his model does its job very well. This guy is easily getting another S tier. Next up, we have the Blood Angels Captain of 1990, one of the first, if not the first, specific Blood Angels model. And it's set the precedent of sculpted armor. If you look at his shins with these sort of eye shapes, those are present on the Sanguinary Guard today. So this guy evidently laid the groundwork for a lot of Blood Angels' current aesthetics, which definitely gives him some bonus points. It's very squat and stout, fitting for an early 90s Space Marine. And I think he looks quite solid for his time. I think his death mask looks all right. And he's just, he's a product of his time, but he's a very good product of his time. And I think that does, at the very least, earn him a B tier. I have a soft spot for Squat Marines, so I think he's very cool. Next up, we have, what is this? Captain. This is the Space Marine Heroes Captain. No, I'm forgetting what his name is. He was one of the last ones I picked up, too. No. Regardless, Blood Angels Captain and Terminator armor. Definitely the worst of those two models, as Kalen was another one who was a Blood Angels Captain in Terminator armor. This guy's pose is a little bit, I don't know, dopey isn't the right word, but it feels too passive. Like he's not leading the charge. He's not calling the men forward. It looks like he's waving, but I think it's better to start, if you're doing a waving pose, keep the hand up and traveling down instead of having it be down by his chest. Makes him look kind of strange. Not a big fan of this model. Also, his head is hideous. I think he came with a helmet, but it's a little hard finding direct info on this guy. He's an old Terminator, which I have no problem with. I've always liked Terminators. I think this guy's totally fine. I'm going to put him in like C tier. I'm just not the biggest fan. Adrax Agatone, captain of the third company, I want to say, of the Salamanders, or their equivalent, since they aren't entirely Codex compliant. This model's fantastic, obviously. He's on not a tactical rock, he's on a rocky terrain piece. He's got a very fancy-looking hand flamer and a giant mallet. There's a Hammer of Nocturne, I think it's called. And he just looks very, very much like what a captain should be. He looks like he's standing above his men after cracking someone's head and pointing them forward to the enemy. I think his dragon scale cloak is very cool, and the giant, not pyre, what's it called? Whatever, giant torch on his back is a cool replacement for the classic back banner. This guy is easily going up into A tier, probably around here. Next up, we have Watch Captain Artemis, a model that was comically short-lived. I don't believe he's on sale, and he went off sale, despite only coming out, I think, 2017, and he went away at the beginning of 10th edition. So very short-lived model. I may be slightly fudging the dates there, but you get what I mean. Model-wise, I think he's just fine. Compared to a lot of the other unique Deathwatch stuff, I expect more. When I look at Kill Team Cassius, you have all these really unique units and models, and Artemis just doesn't have that. He looks too plain. Where I think Deathwatch is at its best when, like, obviously they're wearing the Deathwatch colors, but you can instantly tell what chapter they're from because of their armaments, because of their iconography, their war gear in general. Again, Kill Team Cassius is the best and really only Deathwatch kit I think is that good. Deathwatch Veterans is a fine kit too, don't get me wrong. But watch Captain Artemis, he's just kind of boring. And for that, I'm going to be giving him a C tier. Next up, we have Asterian Moloch of the Minotaurs. Minotaurs, yeah. They're one of the more popular chapters, I'd say, because they're clinically insane. They use a lot of ancient weaponry and gear, which is cool. They use a lot of Contemptor dreadnoughts. He's wearing Cataphracti. It's overall very, very cool. And this guy just typifies that. He's got the cool ridge on his armor, big flowy cape, giant storm shield with the Minotaur head on it, and a spear that he's wielding. Guy is pretty interesting. There's the idea that in truth, Asterian Moloch is not one Space Marine, but just a series of Space Marines that use the same name every time he dies, because the Minotaurs are pretty famous for just kind of charging into battle relentlessly and recklessly. But yeah, he's really cool, and his model's fantastic. Definitely a model on my wish list. That's another video I want to do soon, is models that are out of date that I think are cool, and I want them. Asterian Moloch, though, easy S tier. I'm going to put him actually above these guys. Put him right there. Next up, we have the Blood Angels Captain from 10th edition, and this guy is totally fine. I think he's got some nice customization going on with the couple of heads he's got. Pose is nice and angelic and serene. It's got the same, pointing forward to take out an enemy, but it feels, it feels a little more at peace than, say, Adrax, who feels more like he's imposing. This guy feels more like he's at ease in combat. I think it's a solid enough model. I think the musculature and the ornateness is at the right level for a generic character. And I'll be giving him a B tier, probably right behind Tycho, because Tycho's such a cool character. Now that I think about it, I bet I could convert this guy into a really nasty looking Tycho. May have to do that. Maybe make it a video. Next up, we have Captain Balthasar of the Dark Angels. Of course, Captain Balthasar was a model in the Dark Vengeance starter set for 6th and 7th edition, for all my old heads out there. He was the captain of the Dark Angels 5th Company, but after the 13th Black Crusade, he unfortunately got the axe and died and was replaced with Lazarus. Model-wise, though, he's super cool. He's wearing a full set of robes, which is a nice look, because a lot of the Dark Angels captains were like partial cloaks or robes. This guy's got the full thing going on, and it's very imposing. He's got his giant sword with the sort of diamond tip that you see on a lot of Dark Angels. Awesome model. Love the wings on the head. Definitely want to pick this guy up. This guy, like a lot of the Dark Angels, is getting an S tier. Probably going to put him a little below. Nah, I'm just going to put him up here. This guy's going to get bumped down, though. Probably going to bump him down to just behind Asterian. Yeah. Next up, we have my old nemesis, Belial. So Belial's one of those rare times when, well, not rare, somewhat uncommon times when a model goes from really mediocre to really mediocre. Sanguinary Guard are the other ones that come to mind. Sorry to say it, old Sanguinary Guard were ugly, new Sanguinary Guard are still kind of ugly. The glove fits. I hate Belial. I hate him. I hate his model. I hate his rules. I hate his design. His Stormbolter looks cool, but I hate Belial. I will always hate Belial. I just detest him. I'm sure that if I ever hit 1 billion subscribers, I will still be known as the guy who hates Belial and Centurions. Next up, we have our first Rogue Trader entry. This is the Space Marine Captain from 1989, I think. Overall, of course, this model is very, very diminutive, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think he's actually quite a cool model. He feels very, very down to earth, which I think is always kind of a cool look for Space Marine captains. Space Marines are these godly beings. In theory, they aren't. They're men. That often when they become Space Marines, lose their human perspective. The one that comes to mind, Leandros, everyone's favorite character. He lost his human perspective, right? The way he treated those guardsmen on Graia was, with callous disregard. But when you become a captain, it's expected of you to be better than that, unless you're from, like, the Marines Malevolent or something like that. And this guy feels very brooding and low down, obviously, like he's just about to weather an attack. I think finding this model would be nigh on impossible because it's from 1987, But I quite like this guy. And you see a lot of the hallmarks of what would become standard for Space Marine captains. He's got a bionic eyepiece, he's got the unhelmeted head, and a big power fist with a little bit of unique decoration on it. That might be brushed on, it's hard to tell with models this old. But I think this guy is very, very cool. And I will be giving him a B tier, right around Casaro, I think. Love to have him, doubt I'll ever find him. Next up, we have a Marshal from the Black Templars. This guy was from about 2004, 2003, I want to say. This guy did get his remake when the Black Templars got their big range refresh. I think design-wise, totally fine. I think he's got the pose down. He's swinging his axe downward, which I think is fitting for the Black Templars because they tend to be these, big, brutish slashes. That's the way I envision them, right? Just carving through their enemies. Not that they aren't skilled swordsmen, because of course they are, but that they just, when it comes to most enemies, they're just carving through them with brutality, mainly. And I like this guy's sort of half cybernetic face going on. It's pretty cool. I'll be giving this guy a B tier. Next up, we have Marnius Calgar. Universal cool dude. Best pals with Titus, so he's good in my book. I think this guy's pretty cool. He's won 3 sets of armor in his time. The first one was Artificer armor. Second was Terminator. Third, now Gravis. He has always wielded akimbo power fists with what are they called? Bolters built into them. I believe they're called the Fists of... Gauntlets of Ultramar. And it's a cool look. The armor he wears has always been ornate, very cool. And I like Marnius Calgar. I think he's a cool dude. He's not an absolute favorite of mine, though. I will be giving him an A tier, though. Probably just in front of 90s Power Fist Man. Next up, we have this captain, who I believe was in Assault on Blackreach. Now, I do have the orcs from Blackreach, but my brother took the Space Marines, so I never was super familiar with them. But if I'm not mistaken, this guy is from Assault on Blackreach. And I think pose-wise, very solid. He's doing the classic bolter underarm pointing forward with his... yes, he is from Assault on Blackreach. Pointing his sword forward to call the men to battle, and he's got his bolter at his side. It's not a full-on in battle yet, but I think that's a fine look for captains. And he's got a back banner. Back banners are cool, and I wish we would see them more often. So this guy, I will be giving a solid B tier, probably right around our Phobos armored brethren. Next up, we have this guy who is part of the Crimson Fists and was good friends with Pedro Cantor. I believe his name is Cortez? Alessio Cortez. Pose-wise, a little strange. He's holding his power fist above his head. I think he's crushing a orc skull or something like that. And he's just got his other hand out in a power fist. He's kind of doing like a... I don't know, like some sort of strange fighting style stance. Personally, I prefer power fists either down or being geared up to swing, and I just don't think this guy does it very well. His face is a little bit on the ugly side, just given his age, it's kind of a given. And his pose, yes, is just very strange. I'm not the biggest fan of this guy. Do know he was good friends with he was good friends with what's his name? Pedro Cantor. And even though he is presumed dead, Pedro still believes he's alive. So, do with that what you will. Overall, though, this guy's probably going to be like a low C tier. This guy is a web-exclusive captain. Pose, I think, is just fine. He's got the Power Fist and Bolter combo, which I think is always pretty cool. Got his Bolter on his hip, which is, again, pretty classic look for a captain. I mean, we see it all the way back in the 90s. This guy is part of a set of 2 with another web-exclusive captain who came out in 2014. I had it pulled up on the other side. I just need to find him on the calendar of miniatures. I think he, out of the 2, is easily the least interesting. He's got the ropes going across the chest, big scabbard for his power sword, which doesn't make a lot of sense because he's already got a power fist and that power sword is huge. But hey, if it has specialist weapon. I think the model's fine. It's just he's outclassed by his contemporary, which is going to earn this guy probably a B tier. This is just a Captain and Terminator armor. And I think the pose is fine. I don't think he's the most ornate. He feels more like almost a veteran of like the Dark Angels or the Black Templars. Not much to say about this guy. Just power sword, combi bolter, classic look. The robes are nice, though. I don't know if I would have painted this guy as Crimson Fist. It's a weird choice. I don't associate them with robes very often. He's just okay. And with that, I'm going to give him a B tier. He's fine. He passes. He's not excelling, though. Next up, we have the Leviathan Captain and Terminator armor. I quite like this guy. There's something about his pose where it's both at ease and victorious. Obviously, he's roaring in victory after killing that Screamer killer. Power Sword Combi Bolter, classic loadout, as I'd expect for the first new Terminator captain in a long time. I think this guy, though, pretty dang solid. I love Terminator, so I'm partial to it. He's not my absolute favorite, but I will say he's very solid. I'm going to give him a B tier, right next to our Rogue Trader friend. Here we have a 90s era captain. I think this isn't Kato, is it? This might be one of the characters I took multiples of. No, it doesn't look like it. I think I don't remember exactly what this guy's from. Regardless, he is in fact from some point in the 90s. And I think pose-wise is totally fine. He's doing the to war men pose, with his big sword being pointed up and outward, and his combi bolts are sort of at rest. I think he's totally fine. Nice and ornate. He's got a big scabbard again, which is a bit of a... why did I think he had a power fist? I don't know. Anyways, big scabbard, big power sword, classic look. He's got a back banner on, which I always quite like. And I think he just fits the glove, right? If the glove fits. If the power glove fits, if we're talking in old terms. This guy is... I can't actually find where he's from. That Terminator captain we covered just a moment ago was from 1999, by the way, and so is this guy. I think I'll be giving him a B tier as well, probably right next to the Terminator captain he's with. Next up, we have the Master of the Arsenal, who's the captain of the third company? I think it's the third company. Regardless, in Codex Compliant chapters. This guy's very cool. I think he gets the commander look across very well. Again, he's sort of posing as if he's about to be painted, with his helmet at his side and his sword in his hand, with his cape just flowing behind him gently. It's a very standard, very at-peace look, which I don't mind when it comes to captains. I think he fits quite well, and I'm going to be putting him with probably just a little below his others, just because I think these guys have cooler loadouts. I'll be giving him a B tier, but above these guys. Probably up to the Blood Angels captain. Next up, we have the GOAT, Pedro Cantor. Of course, one of the coolest characters in 40k history. One of the first characters in 40k history. Named after a game designer, if I'm not mistaken. He's got a big power fist, big wrist-mounted combi bolter equipped with high-power rounds. And he's got a back banner. Love the robe, the loincloth and the ropes across his chest. Pedro's a fantastic model, and I can't wait to see him get a new one. I'm sure it will be fantastic. Pedro is easily getting an S tier, probably just behind Captain Cento, right behind Azrael. Let's put him where he belongs. We have another Dark Angels Company Master here. This guy is not as good as his twin or sister miniature, which you can see up here. The robe has a smaller Dark Angels logo on it, so not as cool there. The hood look is fine, but I prefer a helmet. And the bolter, the combi plasma, is a fine look. I just think that the helmet is a far better identifier for a captain than a hood is, personally. This guy, though, totally fine. I'm going to give him a B tier, probably right around here. I'm not sure why I included the Grandmaster and Dread Knight. I guess just to be fair, I included Logan, so why not this guy? Yeah, I don't like Dread Knights. You know how I would make Dread Knights good? Quick side tangent, how I would make Dread Knights look cool. Sever the legs of the Space Marine, so effectively they're just a different kind of dreadnought. I don't know, that wouldn't make the most sense lore-wise, but who cares? The thing looks dumb anyways. Yeah, not a fan of Dread Knights, regardless, model size. Iron Father Pharaohs, who is the Iron Father and sits on the council. Iron Hands are weird. Model-wise, though, absolutely fantastic. Love this model. Big servo array, big heavy bolter on his shoulder is awesome. Big omniscient axe, also cool. Gravis armor that's a little upgunned. He's wearing platform shoes, which is just kind of funny, but I like it because platform shoes are cool. And this guy is just fantastic. I think he's a great model. I am going to be giving him an A tier, though, mainly because he doesn't have a helmet. Which is the only thing holding him back. But easy A tier. Oh, Jesus. So, imagine your Games Workshop and Dawn of War 3, a game that doesn't exist, is coming out, and you want to make a character, you want to make a model for Gabriel Angelos, right? Everyone's favorite, not everyone's favorite, because Davian Thul's cooler, but he's in a Dreadnought, so he's not allowed to be Chapter Master. So Gabriel Angelos, right, he became Chapter Master at the end of Dawn of War 2, then they re-equipped him in the game that doesn't exist, into Tartarus armor, and they made this model, and it is ungodly hideous. I know that you can't see it here from a distance, looks fine. Then you look in close, they gave him like a forehead like 6 times the height of the rest of his head. He looks like Peyton Manning if his forehead was twice as large. It's just a shame that not only this model has to do with Dawn of War 3 and that horrible nonsense of Gabriel Angelos doing a triple front flip in Tartarus Terminator armor. Yeah, I hate this model. I hate it. Which is a shame. I love Gabriel Angelos. I love the Blood Ravens. They're so cool. Why'd you do this? Why'd you make it so awful? We're getting a little close to the end here. Next up, Gabriel Seth. Cool dude. Absolutely insane. Loves to carve up enemies of the Emperor. Unfortunately, model's hideous. Always has been. A friend of mine did a good conversion out of him, but yeah, model's hideous, unfortunately. And with that, I'm going to be giving him a probably a low C tier, probably right around here. Model's just not very pretty. Would like to see him get a new model. That's who knows when that'll happen. Gabriel Seth is obviously not the biggest fan of the way Space Marines are going. And hey, who doesn't like a guy who goes against the status quo? Great, seeing what they did with Castell and Crow, I think Gabriel would be in line for a great new model. Here we have the 2011, I want to say, Game Day Blood Angels Captain. This guy is an obvious homage and direct recreation of the cover art for the 2nd edition starter set, which unfortunately predates me by about a decade. So I don't have that box, but this is obviously, it's one of the most iconic pieces of artwork. You've got this Blood Angel holding off orcs. There's that one arc looking at the looking outside the box, breaking the 4th wall. Always liked that guy. This guy's very cool, though. Not only does he have a mullet, which is just not something you'd expect a Space Marine to wear, but his pose is just cool. It looks very much like he's trying to rally the troops as they're being attacked by orcs. I don't know the exact name of the battle that was supposed to be, but this guy is super cool. Unfortunately, a resin model. I'm definitely waiting for a new reimagining of this character, because he's definitely in line for one. I would love to see him get an update. If the guy from the 90s, that captain with the power fist, can get reimagined twice, I'm sure this guy can do it too. Yeah, this guy, though, fantastic model. Would love to own him or to see a new one, because I'd like him in plastic, not resin. But I can't, this is such an iconic thing to 40k. I kind of have to put it in S tier, don't I? Brother Captain Stern, you've seen better days, pal. Hideous model. No, I'm putting it. This is how you know how bad Gabriel Angelos' model is in the game. Is that I'm putting Belial ahead of it. Belial. I hate Belial so much, and I'm putting him in front of Gabriel Angelos. That should tell you how bad the model is and the game is. That doesn't exist. I'm not even sure what game I'm talking about. We got the 2 Helbrechts. Normal Helbrecht, or current Helbrecht. Fantastic model. Got his sword implanted in a orc. Has some servitors tending to him. This model, it's actually clear that he has a ranged weapon. I got into the hobby before Helbrecht was refreshed, and I just assumed he didn't have a ranged weapon. I can see now he does have his Combi Melta, but it's a really stumpy model. Very, Roblox head, as well as head's very square. This is one of the biggest, I don't think anyone's going to deny it's one of the biggest upgrades we've seen in a character. Also, this Helbrecht has a helmet. That is very cool, excuse me. This guy, though, easy A tier. Easy. Old Helbrecht, I'll give him a C. Jump Captain. Something that is strangely rare to see in actual miniature form. I think they always just expected you to convert your own. I think this model's pretty great. I like that he's wearing a waist cape, something that you don't see on Space Marines very often. Outside of like some Terminator characters tend to wear things like that, but you don't see it on regular Space Marines, and it's a shame because it looks cool. It's kind of like a cowboy duster. Pose-wise, I think it's exactly what you'd expect. He's leaping forward with either his chainsword ready to swing or his power fist at the come at me pose, which is a great pose. This model, though, it's modern, it's cool. I like it. I do quite like the new jump pack design. I, of course, do prefer slightly bigger intake vents of the old ones, but I think this new design also looks really good. Putting a bit more focus on the big thrusters instead of the big intakes, which I think it's a different take. It's not a bad one. This guy, though, I'll be giving him a B tier. Probably right around Ragnar. Yeah, right around Ragnar. It's good for me. Next, we have Kaldor Drago, who's a character I know next to nothing about, except that one time he showed up in Warhammer Fantasy. That was weird. Model's hideous, though, unfortunately. He's just hideous. His face looks like... kind of reminds me of like Will Ferrell in Zoolander. Go look that up, you'll see what I mean. He's got like a little soul patch going on. And he's just kind of... What was the joke? It was a joke about Kaldor Drago in like 2010. It's like Kaldor Drago, the character created because they wouldn't let the writers bring back Brupute Gilliman. Regardless, that's just something that came to mind. Model's hideous, and I want to see it updated because the Grey Knight's characters just desperately need an update. And Castellan Crow came out great. Can't wait to see what they do with good old Kaldor. Regardless, not a fan of this model. Ugly. Next up, we have the Blood Angels Captain in Terminator armor, another tragically short-lived miniature, similar to Wash Captain Artemis. This is representing Kaelin. It isn't named as a model, but the character itself is Kaelin of the Blood Angels, who's the current captain of their first company. Model's totally fine, I think. Strangely, not as ornate as the Blood Angels Terminator squad, but I think it's a fine model. I think the Thunder Hammer is always a good look. And the scoped combi bolter is a nice touch as well. He's a fine model. I can see why this guy probably just didn't sell very well. He's kind of boring, and I'd rather just convert one out of the Blood Angels Terminator kit, which looks fantastic and far more fancy than this guy. More fitting of a Blood Angels captain, that's to be sure. I'll be giving him a high C tier, though. Here we have Kayvon Shrike. This was closer to his time as a captain in the third company. Also, yeah, you know what, let me pull up Kayvon because I don't want to repeat myself later. I don't know why I included both. Regardless, we're starting with old Kayvon. So this was before he crossed the Rubicon Primaris, when he was carving up Tau back on in Peru. Pravian. Of course, the Tau won that battle. Kayvon was the MVP, though, because he covered the escape of the Space Marines, and then assumed the title of Chapter Master because his got dunked on by Shadow Sun. And this model's totally fine. I'm not the biggest fan of the pronounced Raven on his helmet. I prefer it if it would be maybe a bit more sleek and subtle. Though I do like that he has a helmet at the very least. And double lightning claws is a cool look. Not the biggest fan of the pose. Personally, I probably would have gone for more of like a landing pose or maybe a come at me leaping forward pose. Yeah, just not a big fan of the pose, though I think the model itself is fine. Armor's nice and ornate. Not too ornate, though, because he's a Raven Guard. Yeah, I think Kayvon Shrike's model, totally solid. I'll be giving it a B tier. Probably right up probably right in front of Carib Colon. No, I'll put him in front of these guys, too. And Primaris Kayvon, I think, is also really cool. Gave him more of a unique look by giving him a custom jump pack, which is always a cool look. They slimmed down his lightning claws so they're not as overly bulky as lightning claws tend to be. Gave him a unique pistol, which I think is also a great look. His piece of rubble, I think, is just a great look. It gives him an almost Batman-like stance where he's, you could see him standing over that and looking over the city, brooding and posing. Exactly what you want from the Raven Guard. Yeah, this model's fantastic. And I think the only downside is it doesn't have a helmet, which does hold it back. Though I will be giving him an A tier still. Quite like him. Probably just next to Adrax. Here we have... Ooh, this guy is... Oh, no. What's his name? Oh, no. What's his name? It's a Raven Guard guy. I'm scrolling. But he's the captain of the 10th Company of the Raven Guard, or he was. I think he's dead. This is Kale Corvidae, of course, because what's subtlety? Let's just name all of our... let's just name everyone after birds. I have no problem with that. I think it's funny, actually. This guy was the captain of the 10th Company, if I'm not mistaken. Current captain of the Raven Guard's 10th Company. Just had to double check. Model is pretty solid, honestly. It's very Baroque. The details are very fine. It's a little hard to tell here. But yeah, his armor's very, very stylized. At first I didn't think I'd like this model, but I actually quite do. His face is horrifying, but in the right way. It's very gaunt, and he's screaming, which is what you'd expect for a Raven Guard flying around on a jump pack. His Thunderhammer is very stumpy. Feels more like a Thunder Mallet than a Thunderhammer. But I actually don't mind. Yeah, I actually quite like this model. I'm probably going to put it up with Kayvon. Yeah, I'll put it up with Kayvon. It's a cool model. I wouldn't mind seeing if I can't find this one. Maybe use him as a Vanguard veteran or something. I'll put him with old Kayvon, not new Kayvon. New Corsaro. I guess I included all... Did I double up on all the generic characters? Or not generic, all the Codex characters? I guess I did. Regardless, new Corsaro, very cool. Strange that, at first I thought it was strange Corsaro wasn't on a bike, but then I realized, oh, he never was on a bike. And I think this model's fantastic. It almost feels like the perfect sequel to this model, to the old Corsaro Khan model, right? Because you got Corsaro Khan charging in with his, sword at the ready. He's about to fight someone. And then you have this model, which is right after he's fought someone. I'm not sure if that was 100% intentional, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was. He's standing victorious, the head of his enemy in his hand, and he's just recalled his bird, which I can't remember the name of, presumably to go send it off to find some other quarry for him to hunt. Definitely a big step up from his classic model. I think this is one of the nicest Primaris characters that we've seen. Cape's very flowy. Big belt buckle is fitting for the White Scars, and his power sword at ease just looks great. Fantastic model. Exemplifies the White Scars for more than just being a bike chapter, but also a chapter of that can produce revered duelists like Khan. Yeah, I quite like Corsaro. I'm going to give him an A tier. This is Crom Dragon Gaze, who's the great wolf of one of them wolf companies. I can't say I like this model. It's ugly. And the Space Wolves have too many characters to even broach keeping up with them. Model's ugly, and I just know nothing about him, so how could I even begin to care? I think the cape looks nice, pose isn't bad, it's just his face, C tier. Lazarus, Milk Toast, is the most boring character. Rules-wise, lore-wise, whatever. Balthazar looked cooler, is what I'll leave it at. C tier. This is Captain Leontis of the Blood Angels. I included him. Technically, he's not a captain. He was exiled, and now he's dead. But this guy was the star of, I believe it was the first Warhammer graphic novel series, Blood Quest. Might still be their only one. Regardless, he was exiled by Dante to go find a relic he lost. Went on a crazy journey fighting chaos. At the end, he died. So I guess I should have said spoilers, but this book series came out in 2000, so I'm sorry to say if you haven't caught up with it at that point, tough. It only took him 13 years to finish it. Regardless, I think the model's fine. It's fairly, fairly generic, but I think it fits the artwork of him very well. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. He would fit as a captain nowadays just as well. He is a rather important character in 40K, more so in the real world than in the game, because I don't think I've heard a single person ever even mention his name, let alone be a big fan of him. But the reason I say that is he was going to be the subject of a movie in 2000. There was a planned Warhammer movie that went into pre-production. I believe there's a trailer that came out for it. And it was about Blood Quest, the book that Captain Leontis is from. But the company that was making it could never find funding from like DreamWorks or whatever it was. And unfortunately it was shelved. Now, of course, I only mention this because, of course, we're living in the future. And 40K is the biggest it's ever been and getting bigger. And we finally are getting Warhammer shows. And, I wouldn't say a movie's that far off the table, probably. So I just wanted to mention that. Though you may have failed, Leontis, Warhammer continued, and your sacrifice was not necessarily in vain. And also there was that animated Ultramarines movie. Haven't watched that one, but I heard it's awful. Anyways, this model's fine. I'll give him like a higher C tier, like there. Here's a very boring captain. This guy was exclusive to an event, and he's just like a dude with a hammer. He lacks really any sort of dignifier as a captain. He looks more like a sergeant. Yeah, hardly captain-like. I'll give him a C. Probably just in front of Alessio. Here we have the Black Templars Marshal of 9th edition, sorry. This guy is a very obvious homage to this guy. Look, they're doing the same pose, same swooping cape and everything. I think this model's fine. Not the biggest fan. He lacks a helmet, which definitely hurts. Yeah, honestly, this feels kind of right. I think I'll just leave him with his classic counterpart. Next up, we have Captain Macinius of the White Consuls, the lamer version of the Black Consuls. Model-wise, though, I think he's very cool. He's got a oversized power fist because it's technically made for Custodes, not for a Space Marine, but Gilliman gave it to him. I think it actually looks quite cool. It's a little on the lanky side, but the fingers are more usable, which is unusual for a power fist. I like his plasma pistol. It's very ornate and fancy. I think his shorter cape, is an interesting look, to say the least. But I just don't feel too strongly about him one way or the other. I think he's a fine base to convert from, but one of the plainer Space Marine captains of a name, I will say. Yeah, I'll give him a B. Probably B tier. Probably right up here with the Raven Guards. They're both birds. That's the best way I can put it. Next up, we have the classic, the first Primaris captain, the Primaris Captain in Gravis Armor. This guy came out in Dark Imperium along with the Primaris Marines as a whole. I might be getting that slightly mixed up, but you know what I mean. And this guy is pretty classic, honestly. He is the archetypal captain, right? He's got his sword raised, calling the men to battle. He's got a sword and power fist, which is always a cool look. It's got a underslung bolter, because he's in Gravis armor. I think the cape, sort of billowing about him, I think is fitting. I think he's a very solid model. One that I could definitely see being one that's pretty sought after for nostalgic purposes. I'm going to put this guy right next to the captain from Leviathan. Next up, we have the most generic Space Marine captain of the Primaris breed. I think he's fine. He's got a bolter, power sword, plume on the helmet, cape swooshing out behind him. He's as bland as a captain can get, and I think that's fine because he's chapter agnostic, right? He can go in any chapter, which is is a nice benefit. I'll be giving this guy a B. I'll give him a low B. He's fine. Nothing special though. This was the captain included as an exclusive for Imperium magazine, which was the predecessor to Combat Patrol. If you watched my video on that, if you didn't, you should go and do that after this one. We're almost done. Don't tuck her out yet. Getting back to this guy, I'm not a big fan. I think the pose is very weak. It's very strange. I feel like this guy as a standalone miniature is not very good. He would be better suited as a diorama piece, honestly. Like having this guy standing in this sort of defensive pose against a greater demon swinging down a weapon, that would work, in my opinion. But as he is, I think he's kind of mediocre. I'll give him a C tier, but that's as high as I'll go. Next up, we have Samael, Master of the Raven Wing, riding the last jet bike in the Imperium, as it once was. Um, Samael's a resin model, but I think he actually holds up really well. I've seen Samael countless times painted very well, and I think he holds up much better than most resin models. I think mainly because he's just very chunky. There's not a lot that can flex spare for his sword, and that's an easy enough fix. So you got an underslung plasma cannon, which is very cool. The bike itself is very awesome. I like the chained book that the chaplain on bike would later steal. I think it's very cool. Very, very cool. I'll be giving this guy probably a A tier. I love Samael. I just want him to get a new model so he's not stuck in resin. Yeah, Samael, very cool. Cato Sicarius. Cato Sicarius, am very boring. Wonder if that Cato guy's watching this video. Sorry to you, but I just don't like Cato's model alongside Cato's character. It's very boring, very, very closed in. He doesn't feel grandiose despite his back flag. Just, boring is the best way I can describe it, which I guess for Cato fits because he is very, very boring. And I'll be giving him probably a C tier, probably right behind Crom, because I don't hate him, I just dislike him. Sorry to take a quick drink. My mouth's getting dry. Doing all this talking. Next up, we have the second of the web exclusives. We ranked the first one somewhere here. Here he is. So this is the other version. It was a one of two, or a two deal where you get one or the other. And I think this guy's way cooler. He's got more ornate armor. His pose is more forward, more aggressive. Cape's flowing nicely. Plasma pistol power fist is the classic captain loadout. Yeah, this guy's pretty solid. I'll give him a B tier. Not much more to say about him. Probably right around the Black Reach captain. Here we have just a Space Marine captain. I feel like I've said that word probably 150 times at this point. I think this guy's fine. He's got a combi, grav, and bolter. He's got his power sword. He's commanding the men forward. It's kind of an interesting... It's the classic, paint me like a captain kind of look. He's got a back banner, which I like. Big plume, very noticeable, which I also like. I think he works, right? He's just a generic character. I don't think his banner is molded. Granted, I don't own this captain. I don't own a lot of these captains, unsurprisingly. I'm mainly going off of images I found online. But yeah, it's just he's just a captain, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. I like his fancy armor though, so I'll put him probably right up here. Here is Space Marine Captain from 7th edition. This guy got boxed with the Command Squad. I don't like this model. I don't know, something about it just always struck me the wrong way. I think the pose is fine. Not a big fan of the big eagle helmet. And I'm not the biggest fan of the icon on his backpack. I wish it was just a back banner or just not there at all. Yeah, I don't know why. I love Mark 7. This guy's wearing ornate Mark 7. You think I love it, but I just don't. I'm not exactly sure why. Probably because he's monopose too. If you're monopose, you got to be interesting, and this guy just really isn't. I don't hate him, but he's just not for me. I will give him a B tier, just being generous, because I did that for a lot of the other generic characters. Because I don't have any major flaws. It's hard for me to put a finger on it. Just one of those things I don't like. Next up, we have the third redo of Mr. 90s over here. This is the Primarchs version. Changing up slightly, they gave him a plasma pistol instead of a bolter, but the pose is unmistakable. Power fist at his side, ranged weapon out long, cape flowing outward. It's an awesome look for an awesome miniature. This guy's getting S tier right along his firstborn companion. I definitely want to get all three of these models at some point and have them be a trifecta of something. What? I don't know, but I do. This guy is also another very cool model. I believe this is a Games Day exclusive, and you may think like, oh, when was this guy from? He was from 1999, very ahead of his time model-wise. I think this guy's fantastic. Definitely another model I wouldn't mind trying to get, but these Games Day models are pricey, and I imagine one this old would be very pricey. So maybe when I'm a billionaire I'll own him, but I think this guy easily gets himself probably an A tier, probably like a... I could get him to there. Yeah, that's where I put him. He's fantastic. Love him. Here we have another Rogue Trader captain. Standard captain pose, ranged weapon up, hand on fist, or fist on hip. you know, aside from that, there's really not much to say. He's got a big scabbard made out of skulls, which is very 40k. You like to see it. And that's pretty much it for him. There's really, so I'm running out of things to say for the generic captains. I do like him. I think he's solid enough. There's just nothing special about him, which I think earns him another B tier. Here we have the. This was actually called what? The Space Marine. I think they call him a Space Marine commander, but it's a captain. This guy was a multi-part kit that was around for quite some time. I've seen a lot of conversions done with this guy in official GW material and otherwise. I think he's pretty solid. I like the combi bolter look. I've always liked that on captains. And aside from that, he's just pretty standard. He's pretty plain, but that's because you have so many weapon options. You can pose him in a lot of different ways by changing his heads. Whatever it may be, I like him. For a generic captain, he's definitely going up a little bit higher than some of the others. Probably going to put him right around this guy since they feel very similar to me. Yeah. We have Logan Grimnar, big dog of the Space Wolves. He's on Storm Rider being pulled by a couple of wolves. This model is stupid. It's a shame because I think Logan himself looks fine, but he's riding at Santa's sleigh pulled by wolves. What are we doing here? I play. I don't think he's a horrible model or anything. I just think he looks kind of silly, and not in a good way. Yeah, not a big fan. Though Logan himself does lift it up, because I think Logan's model is actually very nice. I'll give him probably a C tier, but let's top of it, because he's a very ornate, nice model. I'm just not a big fan. Here we have the Captain in Terminator armor. I believe this is the first one, and he looks weird. He's very thin and stout, because he's from the 80s, actually. He's got Power Fist, and then he's got a scabbard for a sword. Weirdly consistent thing with a lot of older captains is having two contradictory melee weapons. But I think he's fine. He's just really compacted, and I don't particularly find him that appealing, which I think earns him a C tier. Here we have the Terminator captain from 9th edition. 10th, sorry. Getting my editions mixed up. I think he's fine. He's got just a couple options, either a combi weapon or a bolter or a power fist or a power sword, which I think is totally fine. Pose-wise, pretty standard with a little boring, which definitely does earn him a bit of a lower spot than a lot of the other generics. I'm going to put him probably just ahead of these guys. Probably right here. Yeah. Here we have a generic Space Marine Terminator captain, old Terminator pattern, very squat, poses pretty standard, nothing too special, no unique war gear. I think he's a fine model, just nothing stand out, which does earn him probably, yeah, just another B tier. This guy is a little more unique, but maybe not in a great way. Another Terminator captain, I think from 6th or 7th edition. He has a unique piece of war gear. He has a grenade launcher on his Power Fist, which is just a little unusual. We haven't seen that since or before. And he's looking a little... this was a weird time for Terminators. It was right before they updated effectively, one edition before they updated, or two, and they were making Terminators a bit taller, but they didn't really change the proportions elsewise, so they kind of just look weird and gangly. Yeah, not the biggest fan of this guy, despite loving Terminators. I'll put him probably right around Voldus. Yeah. Next up, we have Tor Garadon of the Imperial Fists, captain of the 3rd Company. I quite like Tor's model. It's big, it's bulky, it's imposing. He's looking forward, very determined. Having a shoulder-mounted gun is just a cool look in general. And I think he's very cool. I'll be giving Tor Garadon an easy A tier. Top of A tier, even. Tiberus, the Red Wake, Chapter Master, or I think it's Slaughter Master, or something silly like that for the for the Carcharodons. This guy's real cool. He's wearing Terminator armor. I'm losing my words. And he's equipped with a unique set of sort of chain fist lightning claws, which is very cool. Borrowed from the Ashen Claws, who were a splinter force of Raven Guard from the Horus era, so they're pretty good friends with, as good as you can be with some renegade space marines. They took that, but they're from them. Slake and Thirst are the names of them. Very cool look, very cool model. Really does need an update, though. He looks very diminutive for what is supposed to be a obscenely tall Space Marine. But, I mean, he's Typers. He's cool. Just waiting for an update. I will give him an A tier, though. Probably just behind Samael. Next up, we have an Ultramarines captain from the 90s. Pretty standard. He's got a plasma pistol, power sword, pointing his men forward. I think the pose is a little weird because if you look at him, he's just kind of looking straight forward, but he's pointing his sword off to the side with his pistol up. It's like he's going in 3 different directions here. You should be looking slightly off as he points his sword forward, or should have, I don't know, maybe just something slightly different in terms of posing. I think he's fine, though. Nothing special. Probably going to be like a C tier. Probably right around here. And I feel like I'm being harsh. But can you blame me? I've been talking about Space Marines for an hour and 10 minutes. Yeah, that's fine. Here we have a guy, it's called a veteran captain. It's a little strange. Very old model from the 80s. Doesn't even look like a captain. C tier. Vulcan Histon, on a much more positive note, very cool model. He's wearing a lot of ornate treasures or relics of Vulcan. He's got a wrist-mounted flamer, a huge spear, burning icon on his back, big cape, dragon scale all around. Love Vulcan. Can't wait for him to get an update. He's just very diminutive at the time, but he's going to be awesome when he gets updated for sure. Probably going to put him above Samael. And then we have a Wolf Lord on Wolf thing fighting for the Space Wolves in space on the planet of Fenris, which is named after wolves, and it's wolf, 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 wolf. Yeah, the coolest thing about this is you get an old Red Brick Marine on the base. Okay, and with that, we are finished. Very long tier list. I originally was just going to do the generic captains, but then I was like, no, I'll include the named characters, which ballooned this list an insane amount, from like 35 to almost 90. But I had fun talking about it. I hope you enjoyed this video. If there's anyone I ranked too low or too high, let me know what you thought down below, and I'll see you all next time.